Papa Booey. Papa Booey. Papa Booey. Very cool, very good. How are we all doing this fine evening, or fine night, gamers? Getting close to leveling, finally finishing up with leveling up the Skitarii. Ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom. Lovely. I think Boy Meets Mini should be streaming, right? I think he uninstalled El Dorcustidus. I think I am on my own for El Dorcustidus today. Because Ford, I think, is AFK. Or he's gone. Methinks. Boy Meets Mini not streaming? What the heck? That's crazy. We're the only one. We're on our own today, folks. Why the fuck does keep saying that the game is being played when the game is not opened? Why are you like this? Also, I have less satisfactory on in the background. Was paused. Is this dumbass? What the hell is going on in here? I'll leave this thing on for like a couple hours so I can accumulate more concrete. I wonder what's going on here. Well, we got a fuckload of concrete and encased iron beams. Okay, well. Need to close this game so then Darktide doesn't have an aneurysm. Okay, there's all the fucking concrete. Tens of thousands of concrete. Lovely. Great, fantastic. Alright, video game. Time to open you up. Alright. Video gaming. You're just a goddamn window. You gotta fix her up. There we go. Lovely. Alright. I'll keep an eye on if Ford fucking messages us or not. Also, and I should not forget to mention, tomorrow there will be no stream, of course. Need to make a post about that and hint whatnot. So we'll be touching grass. I'm going to a barbecue. So that'll be fun. Going to a barbecue with the Romanians. Oh boy. For my friend's dad's birthday party. Very cool. So that'll be cool. Alright. So obviously I've been playing a little bit off stream as well. Because I am enjoying my time as Skitarii. But yes. Masteries for those two are complete. And masteries for the other shitters are going to be complete rather soon as well. Probably like 3 missions and then they'll be done. Probably. What penances to work on now? Try to get as many overloads as possible. Try to get as many overloads as possible. Because this is the only shitter I've been basically using. Because the disarming thing with the voltaic emitter on all the other shitters is very annoying. What's up, Tommy Boy Polaroid? How's it going, buddy? Alright, do this mission so I can also get some more penances complete. Oh boy, I love penances. You know, we're being chillin'. We're, Skitarii maxing. Oh boy. What's up with you, bud? We're Skitarii maxing, folks. We're gonna shoot people with the gun. Don't know, just one of those days, I guess. It'd be like that. It do be like that. Work during some downtime. Nice! I wouldn't know. I've not used any of my grenades. Probably should have used some. That would have been a smart thing to do, but I'm kind of a dumbass. It took forever for those guys to get that damn dog. Jesus Christ. Bitch took the ammo. Fuck you. Oh, I'll be online for a while. I don't know if I'll be playing this game, though. That's fair. Easy clap. Amazing. What's up, Kesha here? How's it going, buddy? Doesn't hurry up. Cool this now. It's over for you. Goes as slow as possible now. How did you live? Oh, listen, if you want to ask any questions, Tommy boy, I'm down for any question. No matter to me, I don't give a shit. Just know that I'm a streamer. So obviously, if we're talking about like deep life questions, nothing should be taken 100% at face value. I'm not like an expert in any of this shit, you know. Yada, yada, yada. Daha, you're just saying that because you want to make sure you're not legally liable for anything. Meh. Right. I tend to be pretty open about everything. At least I like to think I am. I just want to get grenades. That's a lot of ammo. What's up, Clay? That's hard to answer the question right now because I'm just trying to make sure I don't die. Yeah, a lot of shit going on right now. Okay. You ever get those days where even though you've had a lot of fun, you constantly end up feeling like, what's all this for, kind of a thing? Okay, we're gonna get a little Marxist, okay? Just a little Marxist. Just a little Marxism. What you are feeling is a very valid state. You are feeling alienated from your own sort of labor, basically. Basically, the feeling that you're expressing right there is that you are feeling some form of alienation from your own sort of work. Now, this could be because of various reasons, either because you don't feel the fruits of said labor, maybe because you just feel like your productive output is not exactly, trying to think of the proper term would be. Not up to snuff, that's not correct to say. The quality of your work's, like, probably good, or, like, whatever. What you're probably feeling is, a feeling that, why, I get all this stuff done. I do all this stuff for this, like, company, or whatever, for my place of work, yet I feel like I have, like, no attachment to it, and, like, nothing really fucking matters, or whatever the fuck, right? You're feeling alienated from the fact that you are, from your own sort of, like, labor. Alienation from the, means of production. So it's, you know, it's a whole Marxist thing. Funny guy, Christmas beard, blah, 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 blah. You know, German, yada, yada, yada. Wrote about this funny thing called, capitalism. And that's mostly what I would describe and say that you're probably feeling. You feel like you just don't have a relation to the work that you currently are accomplishing right now. Yes, I will not be streaming tomorrow. That is correct, Clay. This fucking voltaic emitter on elite ranged enemies is fucking dog shit, by the way. I don't know who thought that was a good idea of a mission, of a penance, but they are bastards. I will say this. Destiny and Lonerbox revealing themselves, wait, what? Revealing themselves play, lighting their mask slips fascist collaborators for a save file to the Darktide state of Israel. I don't even know what they did this time. I think the biggest alienation I get is just how, we all as humans, the proletariat or whatever, become so alienated just from each other too. Like, we have the, I'll set up these boundaries from each other just to survive. I've also talked about this as well. Wow. You're speaking my fucking language right now, Tommy boy. Tommy boy. Sorry, it's a Pegasus bit. What you're broadly speaking is something I have also talked about consistently on this channel, is known as the death of subjectivity. So it's a little bit of a long thing here. I have a video, exclamation mark YouTube, talking about it. This is more or less like the byproduct of the alright. We lagging a little bit here. But what you're broadly speaking describing is the something I like to call the death of subjectivity. And I like to describe it in this sort of example here. Do you remember 2014 with that whole dress discourse? You know, the white and gold dress versus the black and blue dress. Do you remember that?
Let the work begin.
Yeah. So, something strange really happened with that whole discourse with the dress, right? And that was, a lot of people were very adamant about defending the position of the colors that they were seeing. People were very, very, like, gallant, I suppose, for either saying it was white or gold versus black and blue. And I found that to be particularly strange. I'm just like, well, why is that? What's the overall sort of like, why does that matter? And then I got to thinking even further. I'm just like, well, especially throughout the United States of America, what's essentially been happening for, I would say, about the past 70 years, 70 to 100 years, with a lot of the policies and prescriptions that the United States of America has been broadly doing in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the economy, in terms of even social interactions with people. It has all been in a position, essentially, for further monetization at the expense of people being able to socialize with one another. All for the sake of various interests at the top. Car companies, oil lobbyists, that would have been during the 50s and 70s, especially with like suburbanization, which has certainly had a very socially isolating factor. You know, those suburban households with the white family, white picket fence, 2 kids and a dog. Not very, very incentivizing for social interaction in comparison to that of what inner city neighborhoods, generally speaking, have, with people living more closer to one another. And with the carification of America, this has sort of led to a lot of the further isolations of Americans, right? And there's a reason for that, and it's a bit of an interesting historical one. The reason why a lot of cars were developed and why a lot of these, well, various interests I've talked about before, capital interests have pushed for a lot of these suburbanization and car infrastructure, is because back in the late 1800s to the early 30s, during the time of America where there was the highest amount of like socialist sort of organization, it was the most prominent during those times, right around the time of the New Deal, a lot of employers and employees would ride together on the same public transportation, ride together in the same streetcars. Very, very often. Employees and employers constantly sharing spaces with one another, where the employers would very often get some suspicious looks from the employees. With car infrastructure, that's been completely and utterly annihilated. Oh, for sure, Tommy. I guess I'll just like continue with my spiel. So that's been a sort of project that's been sort of worked on for at least the very like past 50 years. Then we get to Reagan. Reagan, with neoliberal policy and the financialization of the economy, made it such that alienation from your labor is now basically been made to be worse, where you feel like you're essentially a stat on a spreadsheet. And with the destruction of unions during the 80s, during the 70s and 80s, that makes it such that there is further and further social isolation. And that's been a project for the latter part of about during like the 80s and the 90s, where significant amounts of union participation has just gone down. Now we get to the 2008 recession, and we also get to the various recessions where the economy is getting worse and worse and worse. People's social interactions have gone down significantly, and now we get to the advent of social media. Because with cars and everything, suburbanization, it makes it such that there's no third places. It's very, very difficult for a lot of people to be able to go out and socialize. Cars are expensive, the economy is getting worse, gas is expensive, insurance is expensive, medical bills are expensive, rent is expensive, food's expensive, everything is very expensive. It makes it such that it's very difficult for people to be able to socialize with one another, which is why you're feeling that loneliness. Now we get to social media, the social media era of around the early 2010s and the 10s and to where we are now. the isolation is only getting further and like much worse. Social media is supposed to be a tool to help connect with one another, but that's not really what it's basically been accomplishing, not at all whatsoever. So essentially what's been going on with social media is that it's only furthered social sort of not stratification, but social isolation. People are not engaging with one another in face-to-face sort of conversations anymore. It's mostly through social media. And that's had quite the adverse effect. And since social media is privatized, it's not public, there has to be a way for these social media companies to make money. How do they do that? How do they have they monetized it? Through clicks, click-through rates, various advertising schemes, data, selling your data to brokerage firms so they can sell more advertising to you. That's how, right? The commodification of social interaction is what is basically happening. And there's a funny little guy, his name is Mark Fisher. I've brought him up consistently on the fucking channel. And he talks about a concept known as capitalist realism. And the idea is basically, is there no other system besides capitalism? Because we've had it for so long, a lot of people don't think that there is another system that's possible. And he talks about the concept of hypercommodification within that book. And he talks about how the propensity of capital, expanding on what Marx has said, is to further and further commodify every aspect of human existence. If people could commodify the air that you breathe, they would. It's like the Lorax, right? Where drinking water and pure air got commodified to that particular extent, where it was really, really bad. And I think the next form of commodification that a lot of these, capital interests are going to be going after is social interaction. And you see this with AI companions all the time, where literally these CEOs have admitted on video saying that the point of these AI companions is to make people waste time and not socially interact with one another. That is the next layer in all of this. And I think it's, fundamentally speaking, completely and utterly anti-human. And that's where we currently find ourselves right now. It's pretty bad. Last thing I'll say for about 30 minutes, because I have to drive now. But yeah, the style of socialization now makes it such that all the compartmentalization in the workplace you have to do makes it so that you have to meet your friends outside of work. Having 3 friends makes it its own full-time job. When those constantly fall out, it gets tiring. That's suburbanization right there, my dude. Right? The only way you can get around in America is with a car. Everything's too fucking far away. It's expensive to own a car. You need gas, you need insurance. You need a bunch of different shit in order to be able to run a car. You have to repair the car, make sure the car is in good shape as well. That's expensive. But you have to do it. If you live in America, where it's mostly suburbanized. Now, obviously, there's exceptions to the rule. Like, for example, this is not as big of a problem in, say, New York, which has better public transportation systems, which Zohran, the GOAT, is attempting to improve. These are things that allow people to be able to more easily socially interact with one another. But, Standard Oil and Henry Ford, now those are 2 motherfuckers that you can blame for the current, for the essentially the start of this metaphorical snowball of the position that we currently find ourselves under. I hope it makes a little bit of sense what I'm basically saying here. It's just, it's rough. Sorry, Clay. Wick did a recent live stream this evening titled "The Democrats Have a Parasite Problem." Yeah, okay, dude. And it's not like the blue MAGA losers who just, like, sit around on their asses with their thumbs up there basically talking about how they want to do nothing and somehow have things improve within America. Yeah, okay, Wick. Wick is just mad about the fact that the only relevance that he has is to fucking Destiny. And because if he didn't have Destiny as this like little fucking butt buddy, he would basically be like an irrelevant snaggletooth fucking loser who no one would like. Those people, the DSA, are offering real solutions. We are offering real policies that benefit the working class of this country. Yes, that's also a thing that a lot of those fucking idiots will also claim. That, oh, the DSA is mostly filled with waspy white people, and they're not actually benefiting black people. There's, like, no black people amongst you. It's like, yeah, sure, there's a lot of white people that work within DSA, but they are pushing for policies that will benefit everybody. So who the fuck really cares? But these individuals, these liberals, as they call themselves, don't actively spit on necessities for creating actively class-conscious people because they don't actually believe in, well, class consciousness, and they hate you. They do hate you. Can we coin a new term for what? The right-wing Karenification pipeline. I mean, we've like done the meme of like the right-wingers have, for example, done the meme squish where they have said that, oh, all these like woke right-wingers are basically just I was gonna say they're being woke or whatever. It's not exactly how that works. It's a little weird. But basically all these, like, dumbasses love to cry, moan, and constantly complain about the various sort of... I was gonna say problems. It's not exactly problems. It's not exactly correct. But basically all of the various fucking issues that, quote-unquote, the right wing is trying to censor a bunch of people for, when I always find that to be extremely funny, because it's in reality, the right wing, generally speaking, as a political movement, they are the overly censorious ones if we want to talk about fucking history, but, like... None of these people really give a shit. Call them cringe Karens and weirdos? Oh, I do! And honestly, like, the Democrats were calling them weird. Right? They were calling them weird, consistently. And then all of a sudden, that fucking stopped, and it's just like, well, what the fuck? Why are we stopping, like, why are we stopping all the weird shenanigans? Like, Tim Walz was constantly calling Republicans weird. He was a heavy pusher of calling Republicans fucking weirdos. Because they are weirdos. Period, end of story. They just are. And it was very effective. Because everyone saw, yeah, these guys are fucking weird. But the reason why that stopped Squish is because of Democrats. Because Joe Biden, in his eternally, I don't know, wise ego, for lack of a better term, honestly, like, not really fucking lack of a better term, his dumbass was basically just like, yeah, dude, we're just going to literally do everything possible to not make the Republicans have hurt fucking fifis. It's like, no, fuck that. I want to hurt their feelings. Fuck these people. They're evil. Their feelings should be hurt. These guys suck. Unironically. Yeah, it does work. But then the weird stuff stopped happening because of Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden, for whatever reason, genuinely likes Republicans. Even though they literally spent the entirety of the time on his fucking presidency calling him old, stupid, sleepy Joe and just like constantly like shitting on him. It's just like what are we doing here, guys? Like, fuck these people. They're just evil. They're just bad. And calling them Karens as well. They should be called Karens. Wait, you have to fucking give channels redirect privileges to raid people's streams? That's so fucking weird, really. Huh. Wait. YouTube. I should fix that now, actually. How to give redirect privileges. Anyone redirect or has a list of approved channels. Interesting. I didn't fucking know that. Fascinating. I should fix that right now, actually. Fucking bastard ass YouTube should have fucking goddamn told me this shit. What the fuck? Community tab or community moderation to the user management section. And there it is. Huh! Well, that's that enabled. Interesting. I didn't even know that fucking existed. Yeah, I knew you could raid people. I just didn't know how it works. Because, like, YouTube is very unwieldy in terms of its chat in terms of like all of its like chat sort of purposes. Huh. Weird. I didn't know that. Okay, cool. Not only can you raid other live streams here on YouTube, you can also raid videos and also premieres. Fascinating. Wow. Very, very fascinating. Interesting. Huh. You can do. I didn't even think you could do it on individual videos. That's really interesting, actually. Anyway, let's get some more XP. Oh, but yes, Squish. I am a big proponent of quote unquote bully right wingers. It's metaphorical, YouTube. Always make fun of these people. They should be made fun of.
Our favourite heretics are brewing a pathogen in a fuel refinery. You can get in through flow control. The pathogen itself can be killed by pressurising the gestation chambers. Did I mention that the refinery is an enemy stronghold? No? Well,
one thing that I have to do is I have to make alerts on YouTube function somehow. That's one thing I have to do. By the way, other people can raid your YouTube live streams as well. Because here's the thing, Clay. I think before I got into the YouTube partner program, someone did raid my stream. I forget their name because I'm bad with names. But it was like some commentary channel. They raided my fucking stream with a lot of fucking goddamn viewers. And, basically, they were able to raid in, like, no problem. I just didn't know that was a thing on YouTube. You have to enable the fucking raids. That's so weird. Because it's just enabled by default on Twitch. So I didn't really think much of it. What's up, Matt? Why'd you spend $1K on a Weezer book? Am I lagging? Oh, no one fucking pinged that, did they, huh? Nice meme. Yes, I've seen the members only stuff before as well, but I'm probably never really gonna do that, I think. Not because I, like, quote unquote don't, like, believe in it or whatever, I just think it's kind of unnecessary.
Bring unfunction upon that box burster.
Killing. I'm trying to snipe me. Oh yeah, I've always been able to schedule pre-stream videos. Been able to do that before. I knew about that. Like schedule live streams and everything. I just never really do that. Apparently, it's like preferential to do that. Like that's what you're supposed to kind of do. Health left. I really need some health. Oh yeah, I get the point of it all. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I was just like, eh.
Harmony will be restored.
I just did not really care about it all that much because it's like, eh, whatever. I'm taking this because I have no fucking health. Give me that shit. What? Type in your own chats and your name will be highlighted layout. Consider you are the broadcaster. You also share links in chat here on YouTube. Pain. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube makes it such a pain in the ass to share links and whatnot. It's very strange. A bunch of the systems with YouTube I always found to be particularly strange. Jesus Christ. Freely display YouTube challenge screen as well as other platforms and click on Facebook. Well, I am probably, considering the individuals that we get in YouTube chat, I will probably never display YouTube chat on the fucking screen. Probably not. I can't get up there. Oh, that guy died. Yeah, I thought Facebook Gaming was, like, dead or something. Well, I need to fucking heal. Well, 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 if it isn't our favorite fucking putis. No, I got tickled. Well, unfortunately, we kind of have a Papega in our, veteran. Shut your goofy ass up. I'm just literally in the fucking fire. Could not get him. That guy was fucked.
Dude, come over here and help us with the objective so we can move on. That'd be nice.
Jesus Christ, man. I think we are stuck with Team Papagia, dude. Jesus Christ.
Correct your aim.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Everyone wants to play the new class, puto.
Do you see now all this murder and you still aren't based?
Everyone wants the Skitarii max. Jesus Christ. Probably remember they were around 2019, 2020. Yes, they were because of COVID. Was Skitarii? Not really. What's up, Tommy boy? It's DPS, DPS, and some utility. Yeah, you want tanks? Arbides is probably the best tank. Oh, jeez. It's just the byproduct of the current environment that we find ourselves under. Jesus Christ.
Numbers of corrupted ones approaching. You require assistance.
Oh, he managed to get it! Woo! We should have died there, but we didn't. Listen, this is the alienation that everyone's been feeling. You're not the only one.
If you guys find grenades, please point them out so I can get them, so I can get the revives for you guys.
Bring on function upon that Ranger transonics charged. Your function can be restored.
God damn it. I was about to get so many for my fucking penance. I agree with that.
Do not squander the ammunition. This one does not
Okay. Cool. Someone hit the fucking barrel.
That you return to combat.
Alright. So it hits the barrel, I immediately just get fucking owned. Cool. I don't know who followed. Oh, thank you for the cheer, Tomboy. I appreciate that. Tommy boy. Plus, I hope at the very least you can try to glean something from some of the stuff that I was saying earlier. You know, I hope it's helped. Because that's like probably the biggest stuff in terms of like the social isolation that everyone's like feeling. You're not the only one. It's a very pervasive problem. Dude, these fucking... I think it did. I already know a lot of it already, but it feels nice to be reassured. Yeah, you're not the only one. Everyone's feeling the exact same way. Oh, Jesus. Are you actually? I got this the second time I've been killed by a fucking barrel, man. Bro. Okay, man. Nice. That's the second time I've died to a fucking barrel. Very cool. Alright. Holy shit. I'm gonna assume it's probably our dumb fuck goddamn veteran who's died, gone down most out of everybody. This should not be this difficult, but there are certain people who are making this way more difficult than it has to be. Like, holy shit. I'm just gonna adopt the policy of never staying anywhere close to the fucking veteran we have, because goddamn that dude sucks. Oh my god, finally. Jesus.
Hand on here. Pay attention. Data stream. Viable. to work. Recommence.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ, man. No, problem is we just had some Papegas on the team. AKA the veteran. Put this. I know you're still there. It's almost midnight? What the heck? And? Oh, he doesn't want to play. Okay. Kills you. Smile. Yeah, and? Shut the fuck up. Fuck you. Fuck you. Putis, why are you such a little bastard boy sometimes? Why are you so fucking putis? Why do you hate life in the pursuit of happiness?
I shall tend thy relic, varlet.
Because everything sucks? That's true. When is Trump dying? Probably never.
The tools of war are the
But you are well, Putingus, that if, or when, rather, Trump dies... God damn it. I want to upgrade my weapons. But when he dies, it's not going to fix any of the problems. It's still going to be about as bad. I just want to empower my fucking goddamn weapons. Okay, at this point, puto, I'm gonna assume... it's because of back-end stuff. I'm just going to assume it's because of that puto Ford. By the way, this shit right here, put this fucking sucks balls. This pennant sucks. Big cocks. Yeah, because the alt's bugged. Sometimes doesn't work. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? Put this. Maybe you're just El Putingus. Fat short spaghetti. Why are you so spaghetti? Why are you so babega? Why are you so babega? I am potato. Why are you potato? You are potato. The what? Boy Meets Mini, what the hell are you talking about? Alright, one more mission, I'm at level 30. And I also upgrade all my shit. One more mission, folks. Just one more. The cock and balls is this, Boy Meets Mini? 434 out of 500 for the fucking red line shit. Just want to get that over with as well. Bro named the Skitarii Steve. That's good.
Take your servo scopes and track the cipher idents down. Once she has them, you can get inside. Get the data uploaded and get back here as soon as you can. There's always more work to do.
Can't see shit. Alright. Oh boy. Very cool. Yeah, we're not getting that guy. Oh, now I'm the only one alive. Cool. Jesus Christ, man. How the fuck did I get back up? Yeah, that's not happening. Especially with all the lagging I'm having. Nope. Well, it doesn't help that it's a new patch, so we're getting a lot of shit players. And yeah, the servers are also fucking completely and utterly shitting the bed right now. The servers are bad, everything is just kind of completely dumping everything. But hey, that's another... Oh boy, more penance is complete. That's annoying. Only Todd Howard can make it worse. Oh, that's annoying. I would have been level 30. But now I am not level 30. Unfortunate. And then we could do Putis trials, Putis. Better than getting Team Papaja. Very sus. Alright, don't that shit. God, that was annoying. That was irritating. Shit players and shit servers. It's not a good combination. Lovely. Only Todd Howard can fix. But fix what? It also does not help that I think I need to restart my computer. Do that after stream because it is going full Papago at the moment. Okay. Says you, Putangus. Kills you, and then kills you again? Okay, go on, man. Why am I seeing this from Nick Shirley? The feds just went to Mogadishu and caught a Lirer. What the fuck is a Lirer? No Lirer is safe. The fuck is a Lirer? Is that even a word? You mean a leader? The fuck is this? Lirer, definition / meaning, a teacher. The fuck is a Lirer? The fuck is a Lirer? Looks up definition. He's a teacher. Okay. What? Looks up definition. Sees. A teacher. Okay. What? Apparently it's not even Lirer, it's Lurer. Oh, what a weird word. Sure, man. Alright. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, stretch my legs. And grab some water. Grab some water. I'm gonna do that, and then we'll just start yapping about the topics de jour. I'll be right back. fuck is a kilometer? We're back. Where's Barack Hussein Obama? Alright, I just need to grab some things. "13 moderate Democrats have signed a Promise to America pledge vowing to fight against democratic socialists." Ah, man, dude. They're so scared, man. They're scared. Oh, putis. Do you think that shit's only a kilometer? Okay, buddy, you're trolling. It's probably more than a kilometer. That shit is definitely more than a kilometer, putungus. In bills of 100? I mean, it's over 30 trillion, puto. Like almost 40 trillion. That's a lot of money. Like, that's a lot. That's 14 zeros, man. That's true. Yeah, Trump and his, like, gaggle of weirdos have never really been the best, accounting, have they been? Team Papaja. What topics have already been discussed from the title? Well, you're just in time, Jelly. Because we were about to start talking about the topics within the fucking title. You're just in time, folks. looking for. Lovely. Alright. Doop. Doop. Boop. Soup. Whoop. Who's this guy? So we're going to be watching a decently long video. Not Hasten Pecker. Not Hamas Pecker. Hank Pecker. Who's hanking it. The hanky-panky. Okay, why does it say that Satisfactory is running when Satisfactory is not running? It's not even on. It's very troll. Very troll indeed. And audio is off. Get this shit out of the way. Alright, lovely. Clear out our throat a little bit. You're doing the math with the kilometer shit? Uh-huh. It's probably more than a kilometer. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. A run back to the moon, that's about 280,000 kilometers. I think. Yeah, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of fucking money. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? Move this shit out of the way. Move this shit out of the way. Put this shit over here. Alright. So, this is a story that I have not, I think, talked about in a bit of a while. But I believe it was a stabbing done by Karmelo Anthony onto Austin Metcalf. So, a bit of context here. Karmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, both high school students, and basically, from what I recall correctly, there was a stabbing incident at a track meet where Karmelo Anthony, for whatever reason, decided to go to the other tent at a track meet, I believe it was. I was trying to think if it's like cross country. No, but I believe it was a track meet. So there was a track meet. Karmelo Anthony decides to pull up on at Austin Metcalf's tent, and decided to stab Austin Metcalf for whatever reason. We can probably take guesses. From what I understand, he has had Karmelo Anthony, of course, has had history of mental health problems within his past. So we could certainly attribute it to a little bit of that specifically. Not to excuse what Karmelo Anthony did, because he end up killing Austin Metcalf. Obviously, there's been developments to the story. So, obviously, the far right decided to have a schizophrenic conniption about all of this. For what reason? Because they're psychopaths. And initially, from what I recall correctly, Austin Metcalf's dad was not down with that shit, saying, why the fuck are we making this political? This doesn't make any fucking sense. Unfortunately, the dad has seemingly flipped on that position. And the reasoning for that is because, apparently, there was a lot of posts by just random fucking black people actually celebrating the stabbing that happened on Austin Metcalf by Karmelo Anthony. Yes, apparently the dad has flipped. And I have no evidence to say this, so I'm going to be rather speculative here. I'm going to take a guess because it's a thing that happens very high. You beat me to the punch, Jelly. Yeah, actual black people, or were they bots? Because that's a very often, very, very common thing that the far right likes to pull. Because the far right was not having the initial reaction that they were desiring during this initial stabbing, with the fact that the dad seemingly just was like, why are we making this political? What the fuck is this bullshit? This is complete fucking nonsense, right? And I agreed. I was like, yeah, like, listen, we're talking about far righters. They're obviously going to try to gin up some form of a fucking race war over all of this, blah, 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 blah. The dad's a bit of an older guy, yada, yada, yada. It's not necessarily, like, or rather, like, I'm not surprised, rather, that he may be potentially falling for a right-wing botted fucking psyop. So obviously the right is taking this as a massive fucking victory. The fact that they're just like, oh yeah, well, all these, like, blacks are saying all this shit, like saying that Karmelo Anthony was not in the wrong, that Austin fucking deserved it. If you look at the case of the story, that's not really what happened. Like, the dude was having, like, I assume some form of a mental health episode that's not being properly taken care of, because those kinds of situations never get properly taken care of within the United States of America, because healthcare is fucking terrible in this country. And the right did basically everything possible to psyop, like, more race war fucking talking points when it came to the entirety of this dumbass fucking situation. So I think more than likely what happened is far righters probably showed a bunch of instances of all these, like, black people, and I'm saying that in quotations because I think it was a bunch of bots in reality who fucking did that shit, of a bunch of black people saying that actually it was a good thing that Karmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf, and that Karmelo Anthony did fucking nothing wrong, blah, 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 blah. And they are essentially trying to spin this all into, like, a victory for themselves, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they turned into, like, world star fucking hip-hop and shit like this, right? And they spread a bunch of lies and misinformation about the actual fucking situation itself, because of course they did, because, again, anything for talking points to incite a fucking race war, because we're talking about, well, you know, far-right people. Jack Posobiec was the main guy who was pushing this. Yeah, why am I not surprised that it was fucking Jack Posobiec, the Nazi, who was pushing that shit specifically. Yeah, so unfortunately, it seems like the dad has fallen for the fucking psyop. It is what it is. Which was, again, like I said before, it's a fucking psyop. Honestly, like, Asmongold and Templar Clay, I don't give really much of a shit at all about what they probably have to say about this, because it's going to be the same shit they always say. Race riot, blah, 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 blah. The fucking kid deserves to get, like, the death penalty. Because that's the current rhetoric that all the far-right losers are saying. That, 35 years is too little. He should have been put down to death. Blah, 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 blah. I don't really care about what those dumbasses have to say, because it's obviously a bunch of lies. Do I think that Karmelo Anthony should be put to death for this? Probably not. It's obviously bad what he did. He probably should face some form of punishment for this. But, like, I don't think the kid who has, like, mental health problems, throwing him in jail is going to be exactly effective in really sort of, like, helping to deal with the situation, obviously. Because we all know how it is with the right. If they can be overly punitive, they will be overly fucking punitive. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, it is funny how Christian conservatives do believe that an eye for an eye is a good thing, even though the Bible is explicitly against that. But whatever, we're dealing with Christian conservatives. They have no fucking fundamental beliefs. But Hasten Aby, who is probably going to have a more objective take in all of this. I'm just curious to see what he says. And perhaps he'll cover some extra stuff that I may have missed myself in terms of this story. Why don't we take a look?
But, like, obviously he doesn't deserve to be killed. It's insane. That's an insane thing. I'm not going to stand by that. I'm never going to. If you were expecting me to say something like that, you're out of your mind. I'm sorry. Karmelo Anthony found guilty of murder over the Texas track meet stabbing. A teen has been found guilty of murder over the fatal stabbing of another teen at a high school track meet last year. Karmelo Anthony, 19, was indicted on first-degree murder in the fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet in Frisco, Texas, in April 2025. Prosecutors called the stabbing senseless and plain and simple murder, while the defense argued that Anthony acted in self-defense. The murder charge carries a sentence of up to life in prison. Ahead of closing arguments on Tuesday, the judge decided that jurors could also consider...
I don't remember exactly why. What's like the self-defense argument, right? Because from what I recall correctly, there was like an altercation, I believe, between Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony. I think there was some kind of an altercation that fucking happened, if I am recalling the story correctly. And then it ended up into the stabbing. Like, they got into a fight, and then the stabbing happened. And then Austin Metcalf ended up getting killed. Am I correct in that assertion there, I believe? Self-defense makes sense as a defense, but I think it's more of the client wanting to fight the case instead of taking a plea. That's probably what it is, Jelly. I don't disagree with that. Because I don't know if they can make the claim that Karmelo Anthony has been struggling with like mental health with it, because this is within Texas. I don't think Texas courts are really going to give much of a shit about that fucking argument, to be honest.
Consider manslaughter, which carries a sentence of up to 20 years in prison, according to ABC Dallas affiliate WFAA, which was in the courtroom for the trial. The jury began deliberating midday Tuesday before reaching a verdict in 3 hours. According to a court spokesperson, Anthony could be seen crying when he returned to the court for his sentencing, which will be determined by the jurors, the station reported. Anthony's mother was the only person to take the stand during the punishment phase, asking the jurors to show him mercy as he is sorry for what he did. The judge said that Anthony waived his right to testify during the punishment phase, according to the station. The deadly stabbing occurred at Frisco Independent School District Stadium on April 2nd, 2025, during a track and field competition involving multiple schools in the district. Police said Metcalf, an 11th grader in Frisco Memorial High School, was stabbed during an altercation under a school's tent in the stadium bleachers. Witnesses said the two got into an argument over Anthony, a then 17-year-old student at Frisco Centennial High School, being under Metcalf's school tent during the rainy track meet. Jurors heard testimony over 4 days. Anthony,
Oops. Skipped forward by accident. Okay, so it was an argument during I assume Karmelo is a part of a different school. He showed up to that fucking tent because it was the closest tent. And then there was an altercation for whatever fucking reason. I don't know, like dumbass fucking high school boy bullshit and sort of like school rivalry type shit or something. Yeah, you know, fucking dumb shit like that. And Frisco is where a lot of racial tensions are right now. Well, I assume this shit right here is probably did not help the situation.
In the stadium bleachers. Witnesses said the two got into an argument over Anthony, a then 17-year-old student at Frisco Centennial High School, being under Metcalf's school tent during the rainy track meet. Jurors heard testimony over 4 days. Anthony did not take the stand in his own defense. Judge John Roach imposed a gag order in the case, restricting what those involved can say, and barred any electronics from the courtroom during the trial due to the attention the case has garnered. Collin Country First Assistant District Attorney Bill Wiersky told jurors that the stabbing was not self-defense but unjustified murder. In his closing argument on Tuesday, Wiersky claimed that Anthony provoked Metcalf, questioned why the defendant didn't walk away, and then called the stabbing disproportionate.
So Anthony provoked Metcalf, questioned why the defendant didn't walk away, called the stabbing disproportionate. I don't remember what exactly the argument was about. If to warrant saying if someone fucking stabbed or, you know, whatnot. I have no idea if Wiersky is a white person or not, considering like what you said before, Boy Meets Minnie, there's a lot of racial tensions within Frisco, which means, of course, racism is always something that can potentially be at play in a lot of these fucking instances. So that's something that should always be taken into account, of course, because, again, we're dealing with an area that's having a lot of racial fucking tensions, as you yourself have indicated. I can only assume that that may potentially be... well, obviously, I have no evidence for this, so I'm only speculating here. That could potentially be a whole sort of angle and aspect in this whole sort of trial here, of course, where the own sort of racial biases of the judge may potentially come into play here. Lots of hate against South and Southeast Asian immigrants there. Yes, I do believe I have been seeing instances of a lot of Indian migrants, I believe, within Texas. And that's been a sort of point of racial fucking tension specifically within Texas. You can correct me if I'm wrong there, Boy Meets Minnie.
You don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke a shove. Where Sky told jurors, according to WFAA. Defense attorney Mike Howard told jurors that Anthony had gone.
Okay, so Karmelo, I believe. So Karmelo pushed Austin, and that's what prompted the stabbing. Okay.
To the memorial tent to get out of the rain when Metcalf confronted him and told him to leave. Howard said Anthony acted in fear and chaos after Metcalf pushed him and stabbed the other teen in self-defense. During his closing argument on Tuesday, Howard said,
keep in mind, like I've stipulated before, when this whole fucking story began with, Karmelo Anthony has had a history of mental health problems, right? You know? And it makes sense why. Not that, again, not to fucking justify what he did here. It's obviously not a good thing, blah, 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 blah. But it makes sense why he may have potentially carried out something like this. Like, it's just a way to potentially fucking explain the fucking actions.
Said Metcalf had no legal right to use force on Anthony. In response to the contentions that Anthony could have just left, the defense attorney said, I'm sure he wishes he did. Multiple students who were at the track meet that day testified that they saw Metcalf push Anthony, who was seated on the bleacher, with some describing it as a two-handed push, like a lineman move, while others said it was a one-handed small shove. One witness testified that Anthony was asked to leave the tent about 15 times according to WFAA. Some recalled Anthony saying, touch me and see what happens during the altercation, which witnesses said lasted about 4 to 6 minutes. Another witness quoted Metcalf as telling Anthony, I'm not going to fight you. Surveillance footage from the track meet played in court did not show the stabbing, and some of the witnesses were asked to demonstrate the incident. After the stabbing, witnesses said Anthony jogged away from the tent, and a coach who spoke to him on the track testified that he said, he put his hands on me, I stabbed him. A pocket knife used in the stabbing was found on the bleachers, police said. Collin County medical examiner Dr. Elizabeth Ventura testified that Metcalf was stabbed on the left side of his chest, and the knife perforated his right ventricle, according to WFAA. Several people spoke during the trial of efforts to save Metcalf. A football coach who was helping the track meet testified that he put pressure on the stab wound, and Memorial's athletic trainer said she did CPR until paramedics arrived. Everybody was praying, Memorial High School head track coach Robert Starr said in an emotional testimony. I just knew Austin was gone. Metcalf was transported to an area hospital where he was ultimately pronounced dead. Frisco ISD reacted to the verdict, saying in a statement, we respect the judicial process and will continue to support our students with compassion and care. We know this trial has brought strong emotions and deep grief, and we ask our community to continue supporting each other with respect, sensitivity, and understanding.
Okay, so there was a shove, there was an altercation. For whatever reason, Austin Metcalf, who I believe is a part... So, okay, we're going to do some, like, basic, like, I guess, like, for lack of a better term, material analysis here. Or it's, like, racial fucking analysis. Whatever. Frisco is a location where there is a lot of racial fucking tensions, okay? Which is certainly an aspect that has to be fucking considered when we're talking about this stuff here, right? Considering the fact that there is a lot of racialized tensions going on within this fucking area. So it is important to remember that that is a thing that also, not consistently, that happens, for example, not that happens, for example, that's not correct to say. It's important to sort of consider that racism potentially can play a part here, right? Now, I have no idea on what the potential thoughts of Austin Metcalf is on, like, fucking racism or whatever. Like, I can only assume, yada, yada, yada. But I don't know why the dude was making such a big fuss about the dude just, like, hanging out in a bleacher, a part of another fucking school. Like, I'm a little confused. Why is that such a big deal? I'm going to be honest here. It's very, very interesting. Jake Lang got arrested there for making terror threats against locals. I can assume probably terror threats against the minorities that live within the area. If I were to take a guess there, Boy Meets Mini, knowing Jake Lang specifically, because that dude's a demon, but whatever. So I'm guessing more than likely what's happening is the dude may have fucking provoked the guy because he was black and a part of another school, sitting by the bleachers, by his school's sort of bleachers during the fucking track meet, because it's a rainy day. Makes sense. He wanted to get cover from the rain, blah, 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 blah. Austin Metcalf decided to have an altercation for him. Why? Who knows? Probably could be racist. Could be a bunch of other reasons. We're not going to know 100% for certain. We can only speculate, of course. And then we had the fucking stabbing, the altercation, the stabbing happened, and now we have this whole sort of, well, far-right, I guess for lack of a better term, desire. Sure. Desire to essentially put Karmelo Anthony to death, and he is probably going to go to jail. Something like that, right? Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty wild to hit it with a straight up murder rather than manslaughter, which again still carries an immensely high penalty. But I mean, it's the standard, like the escalation still came from the party that was defending itself in the circumstance, and you can't lethally defend yourself with a knife according to this court proceeding, and it's an incredibly sad situation. But first degree would imply, I don't know how it works in this state. I don't know if this means like premeditation, which is ridiculous, but I guess all white jury.
All of them were all white jury. Okay, all male jurors are white. 3 Asian women, 1 Middle Eastern woman, 1 other woman of color. 12 jurors, 6 alternatives. Yes, it's definitely a factor in all of this. We consider how, well, racialized, I suppose, for lack of a better term, this has become because of, well, people being racist. So, and considering what you said, Boy Meets Mini, Frisco is an area where there's a lot of racial tensions happening. That is also another aspect that has to be considered in terms of all this as well, because again, if there's a lot of like racialized tensions happening within the area, well, that's going to leave the sort of analysis from the jury to be potentially rather blinkered.
Texas is the state. That's part of the reason. Am I missing something? Because it sounds like they got into a high school fight and he stabbed the dude, killing him. Why would this become such a big case? Part of the reason why it became a big case and received a lot of national attention is because people were like, initially, Karmelo Anthony's Karmelo Anthony told people on the scene immediately that he was acting in self-defense. And there was at least some evidence, as you've seen from eyewitness testimony, first-hand accounts that were there, that there was at least like an instigation coming from the victim. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day, just because
there is a slight argument that you can make there. There is one, but then it becomes a whole argument about like proportionality, blah 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 blah. And like I said before, considering the fact that Karmelo Anthony had mental health problems, he may not be able to sort of have like a proportional or be able to sort of like ascertain. Not ascertain. That's not correct to say. May not be able to recognize what may be a disproportionate or a proportional response to, well, some frisky white boy deciding to come up on him and like shove him, basically, for lack of a better term.
Because somebody pushed you, shoved you, or was behaving this way, it doesn't mean that you can like take out a gun and shoot them, or take out your knife and stab them in the chest and kill them. So there was obviously a crime that took place. But I think that the consideration here is the severity of the penalties. But the reason why it turned into a big issue is because immediately every like right-wing white nationalist account was like, oh, we have to kill Karmelo Anthony immediately. This was a racialized hate crime. It was a racialized anti-white hate crime.
Yes, this is also the same thing I have said myself. Well, okay. I guess me and Hassan are fucking two peas in a fucking pod, because yeah, that's exactly what fucking happened. And by the way, environmental conditions also could have been responsible. I mean, that's entirely possible there, Clay. This is a very, very complex case with a lot of like moving pieces and aspects to it. Yeah, I can't believe I agree with Kamas Piker. I can't believe I agree with Hank Pecker on something. How dare I agree with Hank, that terrorist?
And white people, when they're victims, still get punished, blah, 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 all this stuff. They postured. They leaned into this case to create this false dynamic as though like white people get punished unjustifiably in the eyes of both the media and also in a court of law.
It's joke jelly.
Obviously is not. I mean, there's no evidence to bear that out. I believe the defendant saying touch me and see what happens was solidify the first degree charge. First degree doesn't always mean long and well thought out. What about stand your ground laws? Is that not a defense? I don't think. I mean, that's situational. And also,
yeah, I don't think standard ground laws would really apply here, to be quite honest. There's not they're not on private property. They were at a school, which would be public property. So I don't think standard ground laws would apply in this particular respect. I don't think so. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Boy Meets Mini. Obviously, I'm a fucking Canadian. We don't have standard ground laws here, because we don't have as many guns. Or maybe we do have standard ground laws in Canada. I'd have to look that up. I'm not 100% certain about that one. But if anything, it would be like significantly fucking different in comparison. I don't know how Texas works. Oh, yeah, that's a good point there, Boy Meets Mini. It would be a very, very much so a very case-by-case sort of basis. That is another aspect in terms of all this. Yeah, there's a lot to fucking consider when it comes to this fucking case. That's, like, kind of the problem. Yeah, it would be a fucking state-by-state issue. I'm not sure how Texas would work exactly.
usually stand your ground is if you're white and standing your ground. And stand your ground only works against black people more often than not. Black and brown people. There are rare instances where stand your ground will protect a black person, rarely, but it happens. But having said that, dude, I understand why this would not be considered a situation where stand your ground would apply. I mean, it's a severe escalation, especially considering that this wasn't in the process of like a brutal beatdown or something, and he just like had a knife in his pocket and he pulled it out. Like there were numerous outs for de-escalation in this back and forth, it seems, or at least that's what the prosecutor showed, and that's the reason why the case ended up being the way it is.
I can agree with this.
Track meet. Hassan, I love you, but your legal takes are dog. Stay out of this stuff. You're right. I should never talk about. I should leave Asmongold to do the coverage.
This is a racist ass.
I can only assume what dumbass shit fucking Asmongold has been saying about this whole fucking situation, but whatever. I mean, Karmelo Anthony, I don't believe that the punishment should have been that severe, but Austin Metcalf was the person who was the antagonist in all of this. That I can definitely agree with. I don't think it should have been as severe because of all the stuff that I've mentioned earlier, from what I recall correctly about this case that we covered quite a while ago. The dude had mental health problems, so it makes sense why he may like escalate by fucking accident. So not to say that what he did was proportional, obviously not. It's still bad, to be quite honest. No shit. There should be some form of punishment, but should it have been like 35 years in jail? I don't think so, personally. I think that's probably too severe.
Country, we're in a racist ass state.
Then leave. Then get the hell out. He should be the only responsible party that does coverage on this platform. Certainly, he has a far better grasp over, this kind of stuff.
Geez, South Park episode, video evidence, and full confession, they still say he's innocent? Yeah, I know. It's because they're racist. Like, I don't know really how this is so confusing.
Or maybe you just don't agree with me, and that's why you're pissed off. First degree in Texas doesn't have a premeditation clause. It only requires knowing and willing conduct. Stand your ground is about not having duty to retreat when in danger. He pulled a knife after a shove. Like, if the eyewitnesses, because this happened in front of a lot of people. If all of the other testimony from the individuals that were on scene showed that Karmelo Anthony's life was in imminent danger, then I don't think that it would go the way that you.
Yeah, like I don't really understand why we're like sort of on the stand your ground sort of point. Like the dude got shoved. Was Karmelo Anthony's life in imminent danger? Nah, that's not passing the smell check.
I think it would. Like it's not like he was getting like pummeled or he was like getting punched or brutalized, and in that moment he
just got shoved.
In a panic moment, and never to defend himself, he pulled out his knife from his pocket or something and then stabbed him. Even then, they would probably try to throw the book at him because he's a black teenager killing a white teenager, but it would be a much more defensible situation, I think. Whereas if there were numerous outs in that circumstance, it's unjustifiable regardless. Like Austin Metcalf obviously shouldn't be going up to this guy and being like, get the fuck out of my tent and whatnot, but like obviously he doesn't deserve to be killed. It's insane. That's an insane thing. I'm not going to stand by that. I'm never going to. If you were expecting me to say something like that, you're out of your mind. I'm sorry. What is this? So in Texas, there's only capital murder, death, or life sentence without no parole mandatory, and murder, 5 to 99 years max. There's no first and second degree, but there is manslaughter. In another state, this would probably be second degree, but that doesn't exist in Texas. Yeah, like his defense could not establish he was.
Yes, that's actually a pretty good fucking point. The fact that this happened in Texas is certainly not fucking great in particular, right? Because again, Texas, pretty fucking racist, very very fucking racist. That goddamn state. If they can basically throw the book at some black teenager in order to make the black teenager suffer, they certainly will do that. Let's should really go with that a fucking shadow of a doubt. But yeah, got everything's bigger and better in Texas. That's right, Bomwich. That's right.
Under imminent threat to his safety, and that it was obviously seen as a severe escalation from the party that was being bullied. Now, unless there's like additional evidence that was hidden in the trial or something, and they did a very good job of like hiding the evidence, I understand why the case would go this way. I do think that there are plenty of instances of leniency, political leniency, right? Kyle Rittenhouse and the like, many circumstances in the American criminal justice system where if there was a role reversal, this would not be as controversial, I guess. There would absolutely be a much more lenient sentence if Austin Metcalf was sitting in a tent and
this is definitely true. I mean, also considering the fact that Jack Posobiec was literally doing everything possible to try to push this as hard as he fucking can, because of course Jack Posobiec is a Nazi. If he can fucking push it as hard as he can to make black people suffer. Jack Posobiec will do that because, Nazi.
Karmelo Anthony walked up to him and shoved him. And then Austin Metcalf pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the heart and killed him. I think Austin Metcalf would probably walk free. Or at the very least, would get a much lighter sentence. That is the truth. Having said that, however, that would not be justice either. That would not be justice. Like, so my argument isn't necessarily that there should be leniency in both circumstances, or well, leniency isn't like they should be able to walk free in both circumstances. Like, it's understandable that a egregious crime was committed, and therefore it's understandable for there to be some kind of punishment. It's not separate if you are black. No. You're not understanding the point I'm making. I'm saying that of course, being black is a relevant factor. Being black is a relevant factor in what would have taken place if the role reversal took place. If the role reversal was that a white teenager stabbed a black teenager and killed him. Fuck you mean no? Yes, the fuck it is. No, I'm not saying no, being black makes this not a separate case. I'm saying that systemic analysis is absolutely apt, which I offered. Okay, this is going to be an instance where people are either intentionally misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Okay, listen, Hassan, at this point, you don't listen to the dumb fuck chatters because they're being very low IQ and very stupid, because I agree, yeah, they're being fucking stupid. Like, Hassan has not really said anything in particular that's, like, wrong. Like, he's correct in his fucking assertions here. Chat's just being low IQ. Many such cases, the chat.
And act as though I'm not accounting for racialized sentencing disparity, which exists in the criminal justice system, and I talk about it all the time, and I just did in this circumstance as well. I wasn't saying that what your statement is.
Hassan's being
incorrect,
anti-white. That's
okay?
your point.
The deployment in this situation against me, as though I am at odds with what you're saying, is incorrect. Chad is doing the thing where they agree with my overall analysis, but come at it as though they're in disagreement. There is no disagreement, and I can't tell if people just have some kind of. I mean, tensions are high, so I guess that's probably part of the reason.
Process here. What do we expect? Is the sentencing, the number of years up to this jury? Does the judge weigh in? This does vary from state to state and district to district.
It does vary, Martha, and obviously the fact that the jury is going to be weighing in on sentencing leads me to believe that they're going to be able to have some type of say, because otherwise the only focus or purpose they would have would be as if this were a death penalty case, which it is not. So given the fact that the jury is around for the sentencing...
As much as the far right has been consistently calling for a fucking death penalty on Karmelo Anthony, which I do think, like, that's just fucking completely and utterly ridiculous. I do not think that there should be a death penalty sort of call here for Karmelo Anthony. I do think that would be wholeheartedly unjustifiable and simply just ridiculous. Yeah, simply just, like, ridiculous.
Leads me to believe that they will have a say. What I do think is really interesting here, and I think that this is the reason the case played out the way it did. The defense attorney knew that this jury was going to be involved in the sentencing phase. The judge was listening to all the testimony here, and I think this is the reason some of these facts came in. The things that we were talking about earlier, how he reacted after the fact. I think some of that is trying to be mitigating. I don't think that the defense truly believed that there was ever a true self-defense claim here, and that this is what they had to try on behalf of the client. But given the facts and circumstances here, I think putting this forth in the way to show this level of remorse, to show that he was upset and crying after the fact, I think that was part of the sentencing phase of this case. I also think the fact that Karmelo Anthony himself did not testify was very interesting, given the defense in this case, and that's not something that we've talked about today, and I think that that's a very, very significant portion of the jury making this decision on murder. I think had he testified, manslaughter may have played into it a little bit more, because he would have been able to say, I felt in fear. I felt like they were coming at me. It was a split decision. And looking back at the video, I
do agree with the analysis here by Fox News. I don't disagree with what they're saying here. I do find it a little strange that yeah, self-defense claim with no set testimony. Yeah, the fact that Karmelo Anthony didn't not fucking testifying is a little strange to me, because again, there could have at least been claims with claims, of course, of like self-defense in this like particular instance, right? Yeah, listen, it's over for me. I agreed with Fox News. It's so over for me, bros. So over. But I mean, if we're talking like, of course, like legalese and like technical aspects in terms of all this bullshit, yes, technically speaking, what Fox News is saying is correct here, because again, if there was like testimony to say that Karmelo Anthony was in fucking fear of his life, right, from Austin Metcalf's sort of advancements, not advancements, that's not correct to say, from his like sort of aspersions, attacks. I'm not exactly certain which would be the best term to exactly utilize here, but if there was like some testimony from specifically from Karmelo Anthony to talk about his side of the story, how he probably has had a lot of like mental health sort of problems in the past and whatnot, how he could have had how there was a lot of issues he's had to deal with, in terms of being able to make like proper judgments and you know, yada yada yada, you know, shit like that, then it probably would have been much easier. Maybe not easier. He would have been able to like maybe garner some more sympathy to get a more favorable outcome from the jury. Again, you know, not to say what he did was like good or whatever. Like that's not what I'm trying to say here. But you know, to at the very least make some kind of argument in the, maybe not like the affirmative, but like more so to be able to have some kind of testimony from his perspective to talk about his mind state for as to why he did the fucking stabbing there. That probably would have been preferable. Does it kind of make sense what I'm saying here? I hope it makes kind of a little bit of sense what I'm saying here.
See what maybe.
I wonder why. I actually do wonder why the defense didn't want him to testify. Maybe it was because they had all-white jury and it was a rap.
I thought was happening at the time. And I think maybe those things may have played into a less serious conviction here. But the fact that he didn't testify, I don't think the jurors had any other evidence that they could hang their hat on. And we'll see if in the sentencing phase we hear more about that. But I really do think that the
I'm not sure if like maybe they didn't have evidence. Like I don't know if I 100% agree with that exactly. But I mean it's possible. Like again, it's just a little weird, to be honest.
Defense played into the fact that if he was convicted,
You're applying systemic critique to the court, but not the environment of racism that Anthony lives within. It's not fair to compare his actions to a similar instance where the races are flipped. Black people live in constant fear of white violence. No, I agree. I understand that. I understand that. And the moment that there's a lethal weapon at play, that falls by the wayside in most circumstances in every court of law.
Were certain pieces of information they needed to put out in front of this jury, so maybe the sentencing would not be, you know, as significant as it could be.
I don't know if we can hear this person who's speaking, or if we know if this is one of the attorneys. If anybody, okay, this is not one of the attorneys. It's someone.
No, that chatter is not saying. That chatter is offering justification to why Karmelo Anthony felt an immediate threat, an immediate fear of his life, which is why he took lethal action. I don't even think he meant to literally kill the person like with a kill shot. You know what I mean? Because like, I agree with this. Who knew exactly where his heart was and like was able to one tap him in the chest. Like obviously, it would require a lot more.
That I can definitely fucking agree with. Yeah, I also do not think it was the intention of Karmelo Anthony to go for a fuck. I do think this killing was more than likely unintentional, which is why I do find the first degree sort of charge to be kind of, because it's not premeditated. Like I don't think so. How many times did Karmelo stab though? That's a good question. I think it. As far as I don't think there's any indication, and we can't really tell from the video either, Jelly, but I think it might have only been once, because it was the stab in the in like a major artery, and that was that. Like it's a wrap, right? That I'm not 100% certain how many times Karmelo stabbed. How many times Karmelo stabbed what's his fucking goddamn name? Austin. I don't know. We don't have that information.
Skill and a lot more knowledge of how to do that. But at the end of the day, whether he was in fear of his life or not, he pulled out a knife. And clearly, all the other witnesses around saw it as an escalation from his side. He was 17 years old, took a life, and now his life is gone too. It's an incredibly incredibly tragic situation.
Speaking outside the courthouse. Paul, let's talk a little bit about what Donna touched on here. Karmelo Anthony did not testify in his own defense. Do you think his attorneys now second-guess that decision?
Well, in light of the fact that he's guilty of the highest charge, how could you not? Sure. And all I can say is if the cynical ploy here was to say, leave him off the stand, take...
Also hard to argue you didn't think stabbing someone could kill him? Oh, no, absolutely. I was just saying that, like, I don't think he was like an assassin who was like, oh, I'm going to stab him directly in the heart and kill him. Like, even in a panic.
Yeah, I don't think this was intentional. I think that's like what Hassan is basically saying. It like this was definitely, you would have to be incredibly fucking dishonest to make the argument that this was intentional. So, far-righters, they would make that argument.
Panic moment where he's like, this is the only weapon that I have. I'm trying to give the most favorable to the perpetrator, like the most favorable scenario to Karmelo Anthony, and even in that circumstance, it's still
great.
At least manslaughter. Do you see what I mean? Like it's impulsive. There's real fear.
Yes, manslaughter. I think I can agree with this, right? Like you're just like you brought up here, Jelly. Yes, manslaughter with a single stab. That's what we're operating off of, because we don't know exactly how many times Austin got fucking stabbed. We're just gonna operate under the assumption that it's only once. I think that's probably the safest / fairest interpretation, to be honest, because we don't have any other evidence or testimony to really sort of say how many times it's happened. We don't really fucking know, right? So we can just operate off of the assumption that it was only once, I think. So, it was impulsive, based off of a shove, an altercation, and like I mentioned before, with Karmelo Anthony's mental health problems, right? That very, very much so plays more into the impulsiveness of the stab, right? Because, again, mental health is a complicated thing. It affects people in a ton of different ways, right? I'm not sure exactly what mental health issues Karmelo Anthony suffered from, but it's not... We don't really need to sort of like, I don't know, make that big of a fuss about it. It doesn't really matter all that much. We know specifically, we know that with the sort of actions that Karmelo took here, it was definitely impulsive. It was not premeditated, so first-degree murder does not really apply here. And also, it was not, purposeful. It was more than likely a fucking accident. And maybe because of the fact that, like I mentioned earlier, the fact that he does have mental health problems, he may not be able to sort of, necessarily, give out the most proportional response in order to de-escalate. Maybe he feared for his life or something, which is why I do find it very strange that it's okay, well, if he testified, then this would have been way easier, and we could probably wrap this up into a little bit of a little bit of a bow. Which is why I just find it to be a little strange that he didn't testify. I do think that certainly did not help the defense in particular with that fact, but they felt like they couldn't do it for some reason, because maybe he just was not in the correct mind state for that. I don't know. We can honestly speculate till the cows come home.
And even in that circumstance, it's hard to see it as not manslaughter, regardless of the imminent threat, because the imminent threat didn't reach a physical level beyond a push. Two-handed shove, one-handed shove, doesn't matter. Part of the reason why I think he got the maximum worst sentence here is because of the racial component.
Racism.
All-white jury, state of Texas, he doesn't testify, doesn't get cross-examined, and they hit him with the maximum penalty because it has a national prominence. The case became
it became a national story.
How do people come to a judgment on this without seeing a video or some kind of evidence? Eyewitness testimony. There were numerous people around.
Of a minor victory at sentencing from this jury, I think it was a mistake. The way this went, and in light of the tenor of the defense witnesses, who, as I said earlier, some of whom were reportedly black. There's no cameras in the courtroom, but that said, reportedly black testimony from black witnesses, and testimony on the defense side, wherein at least one of them started crying. It broke for the prosecution. So at that point, if you're sitting where the defense is and you're about to continue with your case, you probably have to go back and say, hey, look, we got a Hail Mary here, and that is we put you on the stand to play for a sympathetic jury sentence after a top charge conviction.
Didn't all the testimony say Anthony was guilty, was the one who escalated? Eyewitness testimony said that, Anthony was, they didn't say that Anthony was guilty. Eyewitness testimony.
Wait, didn't all the testimonies say Anthony was guilty? I don't think so. I don't think there's any evidence for that. That'd be kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Kesha, listen, you're playing with the metaphorical bull, okay? You're playing with the, you're playing with the fucking goddamn horn, so don't be afraid if you get hit because of that, buddy. I'm just saying. Nobody likes a cap spammer. Those guys tend to be fucking annoying.
When he said that, yes, he was bullied, or yes, some said he was shoved with one hand, some said he was shoved with two hands, but it wasn't, the overall eyewitness testimony from every single person involved, it didn't make it seem as though Karmelo Anthony's life was in imminent danger. There were 4 non-white members of the jury, non-black though.
feels to me like the kind of 1 in a million shot you never want to put your client in the position of. Feels to me like it would have at that point, the way things were going, to Donna's point, say, you know what, let's try to elicit some sympathy. Karmelo, get up there and do your best. The only thing I can think of is that they felt like, for some reason, there are some facts that we have not heard, that the prosecution may have been able to draw out of Karmelo that they felt would have even further hurt their case. Things like why he went to the tent, why he had the knife. There may be things that come out that we didn't get in the four, and this happens, that we didn't get for various evidentiary reasons in the four corners of the case that we're going to hear subsequent. Because one of the things you notice you didn't get a lot of is character stuff here. You didn't get, even about Metcalf, like one of the things I was kind of waiting for when the defense came forward was I was starting to wonder, do they have some sort of thing up their sleeve that's going to paint the victim, however unsavory that is, and I think we'd agree it is because the kid is dead, but do they have something where they're going to essentially paint the victim as somebody who almost deserved it, a bad kid who's had what was coming to him? And of course all the reporting cuts against that, and ultimately that's not what happened. But I'm wondering if we're going to get some kind of character stuff that's going to come out that for whatever reason they decided let's not roll those dice, because the way this thing went,
Come on,
and you
man.
can argue with
now
it.
he's implying that, like, classic Fox News, implying that he's like, if he were to defend himself, if we go on the stand, he would, he would come across like unfavorable.
Yeah, basically, what if Karmelo would not come out very like optically sort of like that's just nonsense. There's no evidence to suggest that's the case. Like who the fuck knows?
The way it concluded, you're sitting where the defense is. I think I might have taken the shot. Karmelo, get up there, do your best to be sympathetic. Maybe we get the manslaughter, and as a relatively young man, you'll see the light of day again.
Very interesting. Paul Morrow, thank you very much. So, Donna Rotuno, we're waiting to hear from these attorneys, and we're also going to hear from General Jack Keane here in a moment on the downing of a U.S. Helicopter, so we want to get to that story as well. But is there a framework for sentencing here that is applicable based on this, the environment of this case, that speaks to you?
Well, I don't think that he's going to get the maximum. I don't. I think that we are going to hear him be more humanized in front of this jury now for sentencing. I do think that given the fact that manslaughter was on the table and the jury rejected that, I don't think you'll see less than 20 years. But I definitely do think that you will see a sentence where maybe this young man can see the light of day at some point in his life, you know, one way or another.
Well, apparently he ended up getting about 35 years, which is pretty fucking rough. I don't think that's like necessarily proportional. I don't, because again, it's obvious that it's a fucking accident. It's obvious that this wasn't intentional by Karmelo. I just don't think that's the case. I think it's like a ridiculous aspersion to sort of say that, oh yeah, Karmelo Anthony definitely intended that Antifa super soldier to murder Austin Metcalf in the brutal way that he did. Yeah, it's like, that's fucking ridiculous. I don't think there's any evidence for that whatsoever. Yeah, crime genes, blah, 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 blah. You know, whatever, like, gobbledygook and bullshit that fucking conservatives are going to pull out when talking about this. Obviously, it's going to be a bunch of fucking bullshit. Blah, 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 blah. We don't really have to go into that too fucking heavily. Conservatives, ridiculous individuals, yada yada yada. To basically say that Karmelo needs to have like the absolute fucking book thrown at him. I do believe that, yeah, you can certainly make the argument there's a bit of a racialized aspect to all of this, a bit of a racial component to all of this, and you can definitely make the case that basically not the case, but basically the position is that, yeah, he's getting the book a little bit thrown at him because more white jury, the judge is probably also not favorable to him. It's also the fucking jurisdiction that they're in right now. It's also not particularly great for him either. It's in Texas, Frisco, racial tensions, blah, 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 blah.
Metcalf is never coming back, and this tragedy has already been compounded, given the fact that he will never be able to live again. And of course, Karmelo Anthony can, and his family can still go and visit him. And so I definitely think that the jury is going to, or the judge, whoever's going to hand down the ultimate sentence, it's going to be stiff. And I do think that it's going to be several decades. I'm just not so sure we're going to hear a life sentence here.
So in terms of how this is going to work, I imagine we're going to hear victim impact statements. The judge and the jury will hear some statements from these families, correct? And is there any opportunity on the Anthony side for them to, plead for leniency in this case for any reason?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Martha. You will hear victim impact statements from his twin brother, from his parents, anybody that was close to him. If he has grandparents living, I mean, I'm sure we will hear from all of them.
Yeah, and I believe some of the potential, some of the testimony, I believe, from the, I believe from the parents did also come out as well. And it was not particularly great, to be honest, like I said before, because of the fact that this has hit the national scene in the way that it has. It's been all significantly fucking racialized, especially by dumbasses like fucking Jack fucking Posobiec, right? This is very, 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 very fucking common for the far right to essentially just make it a much bigger issue than it probably is in reality. Not to say that it's good or bad or whatever, but they were the ones who basically blew all of this shit up for literally no fucking goddamn reason. Listen, Kesha here. I mean, if you want to keep spamming the all caps when you stopped and you immediately started doing it again, don't be surprised if you get some fucking smoke for it. I'm just saying. I'm just gonna throw that out there real quick, bud. You know, don't be surprised if you get fucking smoke for it. You know, I was even summoned for jury duty to participate in a case in my area, but I was able to get dismissed from serving because I feel like the grand jury should have been more diverse and more mixed, because that would have been a lot better. I'm not sure exactly what the demographics of Frisco are potentially, Clay. Certainly the position that you may be saying is certainly not inaccurate. I think it's certainly understandable. But given the fact that I'm not sure exactly what the racial demographics of this location are, it may have been such that there was always going to be like more of a white jury that was going to be taking the fucking duty in this particular case. Like, I just don't know what the fucking demographics of the district are. I'm just not very certain.
Those people, they will also testify, most likely in front of this jury if asked to do so. And Karmelo Anthony's family will have the same ability. His parents will be able to get up and talk about what life will look like without him. Now, remember, he has been out, and so he has been home with his family. That changes today upon this conviction, and he will be taken into custody, as we heard earlier. So they will talk about...
Think we should pull the racial demographics of the area? Sure, I mean, we can do that. Why not? That certainly can't help. What is it? It's called... The area is called Frisco? Yeah, sure. Let's figure this out. Frisco, Texas. These are population estimates. I want the racial breakdown. Here, okay. All right, here we got our demographic breakdown. So this is in 2024, probably has changed a little bit. Let's just say Asian non-Hispanic has gone up significantly in comparison, right? If I recall correctly, like you said, Boy Meets Spinny. We just don't have the most recent census data to go off of. This is the most recent census data. So this is a more affluent neighborhood, given the median income and the property value. Probably like a more suburban sort of city, if I were to take a guess. And yeah, as expected, there's a lot more white people here. It's not a majority, it's a plurality, of course. But yes, it's mostly white people here specifically. The Dallas suburb, yes. So it makes sense this is probably going to be a lot more white people living in this area, given that specifically. So it makes a lot of sense that it was about half of the jury ended up being white. You know, it's off by about, let's say, 5 to 7%. Sure. I mean, like, it's one of those things close enough. So it's going to be sort of difficult to claim that this was handled in a sort of like racist sort of manner. That there may have been preferential treatment to one particular race or not, because there was also 3 Asian non-Hispanics, which is about a quarter of the jury, which was about 12 people. There was 1 black person, which is about proportional, 8%, 1 to 12. 1 black person, 3 Asian non-Hispanic, and 6 white people. It's not exactly perfect, but it's close enough, blah, 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 blah. So it's going to be kind of difficult to make that fucking argument there in particular.
What it means to not have him at home. The siblings that he...
Yeah, I mean, there was one moment where they were being a little ridiculous, but overall, Fox News' commentary on this has been surprisingly even keeled. And that I don't mean like...
I don't disagree with this either. There has not been, like, just one comment. But Fox News, I've even, like, agreed with some of the things that Fox News has been saying. But for the most part, they've been normal about this.
It's good. I'm just shocked that they're not literally endlessly posturing about how...
That's a very good point there, Boy Meets Mini. They probably do not want to deal with another lawsuit because of election misinfo. So they'll still try to do some other, like, ridiculous bullshit that's not technically speaking misinfo, but in this particular instance, they're not pulling anything sussy or weird, to be honest. So again, it's difficult to say that, yeah, Fox News is being dishonest in this particular aspect. Technically speaking, they're not. They are actually being honest with a lot of their reporting here, actually.
Oh, endlessly posturing about how this was a race war that was almost lost but is now won. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
maybe
nonsense.
my framing on this is so busted by what I see on the internet all the time. Because, like, on the internet, the way that they talk about this case is, like, is people foaming out the mouth. Like, they were like, oh, he's doing this because he wanted to kill white people, blah, 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 all this
Yeah, there's been a lot of, like, for lack of a better term, just complete schizophrenics. Yeah, just complete schizophrenics that were claiming, it's race war, we need to fucking kill the black people, get rid of them, blah, 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 shit like that. Yeah, obviously, that's, like... complete fucking poppycock and hooey. It's just like, okay, like, shut your goofy ass up. No, we have a pretty good idea about what happened in this case in particular. No, I don't think this was, like, intended by Karmelo Anthony. I don't think he was looking to try to murder Austin Metcalf. More than likely, this was, like, spurred on because of other reasonings, blah, 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 blah. Don't make this... but, I mean, we're talking about the far right here. The far right's always going to... if they can have an opportunity to make this all about, like, race war fucking bullshit, they will. They don't care.
They were doing the same thing that they did in the UK with the other kid who was stabbed by the Sikh man, man, the white guy. What's his name? Nowak?
Yeah, Henry Nowak, right? Where they were trying to claim that this is their George Floyd, basically, because he also said to the police officers that I can't breathe or some shit. Obviously, it's fucking tragic and whatnot, but to, again, have, like, the proportional fucking response to that particular case is, again, that's just fucking nonsensical. But then again, we're talking about the far right here. If they can basically say anything that's completely and utterly fucking insane, yeah, they'll say it. They don't give a shit.
Where it's like, this is classic. This is what happens to white people. White people are under attack. Henry Nowak.
Blah, blah, blah.
But for Fox News to not do that is I guess, kind of strange. I feel like it's a little unexpected. Maybe because, like, Twitter has rotted my brain and I just assume that that's... No, I think Fox News would do that normally. I don't know why they're not openly baying for blood. Strange.
He may have and how it affects their lives and how he, although alive, will be missing from their family for a long period of time as well. And so they will talk about that impact. They will talk about things in his life that are different from this. Because remember, this is a, 4-minute aspect of his life. And so we're going to hear about the other 17 plus years that he's lived and the things that he has done and the impact on his family. And so, again, there are no winners here. So no matter what happens, this is a tragedy.
Indeed.
Actually, it's because it's not Jesse Waters. Is there?
This actually, yeah, no, this has been pretty even-handed sort of analysis there by Fox News, which is surprising, right? In comparison to all the fucking schizophrenics who have been constantly claiming, the race war is here, we need to have the race war, we have to kill all the black people now, or some shit, or whatever those fucking freaks constantly fucking claim. actually relatively even-handed sort of analysis there by Fox News, which I find to be very surprising. Even to the degree where I was just like, Fox News, what they're saying here, technically speaking, it's not wrong in terms of some of the stuff that they said. So, that, well, stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. Yes, it is. This is very, very rare, fair Fox News coverage. But, it happens. It happens every now and again. But, yeah. I think I got a pretty decent case or idea of what's going on here. So, obviously, as expected, everything that the far right is saying in terms of claiming the race war now, blah, 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 we need to have the race war bullshit is obviously ridiculous and fucking stupid by them. But then again, this is the far right we're talking about. If they can basically say anything that's as hyperbolic and fucking ridiculous as possible, they will just do that. Because they don't give a shit, blah, 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 blah. We should really not be surprised by any of that in particular. I am just surprised about the fact that the coverage of Fox News was as even-handed as it was. That's surprising, but obviously we all know that this was inevitably going to be elevated by people like Jack Posobiec, because that's mostly the guy who's like elevating this to the degree that it is. It's Jack fucking goddamn Posobiec trying to be like, yeah, obviously we need to have the race war now because obviously the black dude has to be automatically fucking guilty here because Jack Posobiec's a fucking insane, like, Nazi goddamn fucking racist. So, yeah, a conclusion, of course. Tragic, obviously, was not good what happened. Ultimately, it's not very ideal, I guess, for like lack of a better term, that this ended up happening the way that it did. It's not great. It's pretty bad. Do I think that Karmelo Anthony should have gotten the 35 years that he ended up getting? No, I don't think that's like really proportional. In terms of like sentencing, to be honest, and there could be various reasons because of that, because of the fact that Karmelo Anthony decided not to testify himself in this particular case, which is a little strange, obviously, and could also be because of that testimony, he could have been able to potentially garner sympathy from a jury, and may have gotten a lighter sentence as a byproduct of that. We can speculate till the cows come home. We can make assumptions and guess until, I don't know, like, we get all blue in the face. It's not really going to change the fact that this is ultimately a very tragic event that should not have happened. It's not great that this is a event that has occurred in the lives of, Karmelo Anthony and also Austin Metcalf. It's ultimately a tragic situation, and it's sad that it ended up sort of like happening in there. Yes, it was a major escalation on the part of Karmelo Anthony. There could be various reasons as to why that is the case. Yada, yada, yada. I've talked about what may have been those potential fucking reasons. Try to be fair in the whole fucking situation. Yada, yada, yada. And obviously the jury and the judge came to the position that they did in terms of 35 years, which I don't think is necessarily proportionate. I think that's a little extreme, to be honest. But, yeah, I mean, it's ultimately, overall, the situation it's tragic. It's upsetting. And obviously the far right blowing this all up in the way that it did certainly did not help the situation. But then again, this is the far right we're talking about. If they can blow this up into something that is ridiculous and something that it should not be, they will definitely take the opportunity to do as such because we're dealing with a bunch of fucking racists. Yeah, I do think he probably, yeah. Like I did say, Clay, you saying that. I do think he probably would have gotten a lesser sentence if he testified, right? Because then he could have talked about his struggles with his, like, mental health and stuff like that, potentially garnered sympathy with the jury because of, like, the troubles he's had in his life, yada, yada, yada. We can speculate till the cows come home, blah, 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 right? We can only assume, right? But, yeah, should there be like a quote-unquote like dumbass fucking race war, race riot fucking bullshit over all of this? No, that's ridiculous, and that's just the standard far-right nonsense where they decide to blow this up into something that it should not be. But that's like pretty standard from them. But yeah, you know, ultimately this situation's pretty fucking tragic, how it all ended up playing out. Jack Posobiec blew this up into something that should not have been, with all the other like idiots joining in on the fun in order to offer their color commentary, let's just say, for lack of a better term, to blow this up into something that it probably should not have been, as expected from people like Asmongold, Tectone, Templar, and all these other dumbass fucking morons. But yeah, ultimately, really all you can say is that it's tragic. It's not great that this happened. And it's ultimately 2 lives are going to be ruined, like Hassan himself said. For what exactly? Basically, like, no reason. Which I think is overall probably the saddest part about all of this. But yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides that.
Put this.
Thank you, Zane. I made a dumbass mistake in removing this double wall outlet that was like placed up there nicely. The segment was over, it's fine. Shut your goofy ass up. What do you mean invalid aim location? Shut. What the putingus? Listen, don't worry, Zane, I got you. Boy Meets Mini was just being fucking racist against white people. Many such cases. Hey, look, we got windows now and shit. I installed the mod that gives me additional architecture. Oh, you know, we talked about racism today. You know, it is what it is. What is this thing? This thing looks kind of wacky. And we played some El Dorcus fucking Titus. And, yeah, otherwise, it's just been kind of a standard...
Amazing. Amazing! Amazing!
Thank you, Jesse. Very cool. Well, otherwise, it's been pretty fucking normal. What have you been up to, Zane? We're building infrastructure, obviously. We're building a road network up here. In the sky. Okay, it's not exactly in the sky. That's not accurate to say. But yes, we are satisfying our factories. I'm mostly trying to think, how exactly do I want to actually attach the concrete factory? Because I wanted to bring it all up underground. But I think I might just have to make it on the same level as the fucking road here. Helping your boy Paul with this stream stuff. New affiliate and a new streamer. Wicked. Very cool. Now make sure you never introduce him to this Boy Meets Mini guy. That fucking bastard. Otherwise, he will just say putis. On this, that fucking putingus. Whoa! Self-promo in this chat. It's fine. I'm just joshing. I can't believe that you would do self-promotion here. What the cock and balls? Or other streamer promotion. Shut up, you know what I mean. It's not self-promotion. I'm just being a dickhead for no reason, okay? Don't worry about it. The joke is basically, like, some streamers are, like, particularly anal about that sometimes, so that's the joke. I don't know why they're anal about it, but that's their fucking prerogative. I don't really give a shit. Oh yeah, well, you know what? Jarvis, make Zane's life insufferable. Jarvis, literally clamp his balls, to a toaster.
I have crippling depression.
Yeah, well, you know what? Itoops will not be able to help you on that one. That piece of chat. Itoops. You have nothing to say for yourself here, Itoops. Okay, I should have really not removed that fucking double wall outlet. Because now I have to deal with this fucking bullshit. Alright, I don't know how I could put it back on. Because I now know what the purpose of that thing was. Is to, you know what? We'll just upgrade this to the tier 3 power, poles. And then just move on with our lives. Because I don't know how to fix it. Ah, fuck. But Destiny has never even talked about me. He's just blocked me on Twitter. That's it. What the fuck? I didn't do shit. Fuck you, Ethan. Eat my balls. Yeah, you would talk about filling potholes. Now, would you, Boy Meets Minnie? Yeah, okay. Fucking asexual guy over here talk about filling potholes. Yeah, okay, buddy. I guess I'm just not going to fix that then. Okay, so then... Okay, how am I going to fucking... Did I make this too high then? I may have made this all too high then. Because then I guess the factory itself is just going to have to go along the side of the road here. And then, because I can't use undergrounds to, Also, I fucked up the color on this thing. I'm gonna have to fucking remove everything and then do this all over again. Son of a bitch. Which is annoying. Because at least in Factorio, you can just Control Z. But in this game, there's no Control Z. I'm gonna break my legs. You can fill my pothole. Alright, relax. Jesus. Relax there, buddy. Alright? Don't be talking about your holes, okay? I don't want to hear it. I mean, the conveyor lifts can go up pretty high. I mean, listen, when in doubt, we can always make a logistics floor. So, whatever. We can always cover up our mistakes. It's not the end of the world. That's fine. What I did fuck up was this. What's the button, Boy Meets Minnie, to essentially, with the, with the color palette, to essentially just copy a fucking color? I have no idea what it is. Yeah, well, you know what, Zane? Your computer. Dab, got him.
Fake news.
No, it's not. You're fake news. You're not real, folk. I just wanna fucking apply that green.
I love China.
I also love China. Apparently there isn't a way. Really? That's kind of cringe. That green is too dark. That's racist, Daho. Many such cases. So... That's too dark. That's still too dark. You know, you feel like it would be really, really sort of convenient to be able to do something like that, but for whatever reason, you can't. Kind of dumb, isn't it? This is probably pretty close. No, it's not. It's actually even lighter than that. What the cock and balls? Alright, go lighter then. It's fucking lighter than that. What the penis? Here. Fucking, how about this? What the penis? That's gonna annoy me, but I'm ignoring it. But it will annoy me. Okay, so this is where our concrete is going to be. I got rid of the industrial railing here. Actually, no, I didn't. That's fine. So, concrete goes here. And then we'll have another area over there is going to be modular frames and a bunch of other shit. I'm going to basically do 3 sections and then intersection. 3 sections, intersection. 3 sections. That might be too big. But I do have a lot of space to work with. But that's the broader sort of concept that I'm going to go with here. 3 sections, intersection. 3 sections, intersections. 3 straight, 1 intersection. Then have it, like, branch off appropriately and whatnot. That's going to be the plan. And on the same level as all these shitters, I should be able to have plenty of room to make all of the necessary sort of factories and whatnot. And then the question is well, Daho, how are you going to refuel all the trucks? Well, we don't have very, very good fuel sources, obviously. for now. We have to rely on fucking coal. So we're going to always tell the trucks to, because we can't, there's no such thing as interrupts for trucks, because trucks are and tractors and whatnot are still very stupid in this game. There is basically, if we take a look at the vehicle pathing stuff, there is basically absolutely like no way to be able to essentially tell the things, aka the trucks, to have like interrupts. Interrupts are not a thing in this game. There is no circuit network, of course, unlike in Factorio. The obviously superior game when it comes to transportation and logistical networks, because of the circuit network. So what I basically want to do, and this is my plan, is on the fringes, we're going to have a bunch of the more raw material processing, so the stuff that doesn't require that much complexity on the outside. The things with more complexity are going to be more inward. Now, this is supposed to be kind of like a city block sort of method here, where obviously I'm not going to have like a full fucking blueprint, but basically it's just going to be plot where I can fill in with the factory or whatever that's just producing like something relatively simple. Here it's going to be concrete. This is where we're going to put concrete, because it's relatively close by to a node of water, and for wet concrete we need the water. It's going to have to be pumped up, which kind of fucking sucks balls. We'll have to put in a bunch of pumps. We'll figure that out when we get there. That's a later problem. We don't even have the correct building to be able to make wet concrete yet. But it's going to be with a bunch of hopefully enough fucking segments to make all the necessary shit that we need. Does it make sense what I'm talking about here? The system will be very modular. That's the plan. And eventually, out over there, in that sort of area, that's where we're going to start the train network. And where, if there's stuff that needs to be brought in from much further away, we can bring in with trains. And obviously, probably like over there as well. But that's my plan. Of course, we can also make a bunch of shit. In the middle, it's probably also going to be the thing that produces all of our space parts and shit like that. And then we just, like, ship it in appropriately. Yada, yada, yada. Daho, isn't this, like, way too complex for the current stage of the game that you're at? Yes! But I do not care. Can we, Why are you like this? There you fucking go. I was about to say, there's a way you can make, like, blueprints fucking overlap in this fucking goddamn game, but sometimes it just does not like listening. Now, here's me swinging out over Factorio again. This is not a problem within Factorio. Where it is this big of a pain in the ass. You know what? I should have made all of these straights with hypertubes. Because that's how I wanted to opt to get myself around to the differing sort of factories and not have to run like this. That would have been a smart thing to do, but I'm not smart. I ain't smart. I'm stupid. And even this little thing right here that we have that's making concrete actually does fit pretty decently here, but we can fit so much more. Have a lot more room to make more stuff. Actually, this isn't a segment of 3. Well, this is actually going to be bigger. Out of pipes. Putis. Okay, listen, we can fix this whole fucking thing with the hypertubes. All we have to do is just get rid of the railing, and that's simple enough. That's not that bad. But yeah, that's the plan. It's going to be a lot of city blocks. City block-esque architecture. Where, for example, and it's way easier to do this in Factorio, obviously, because you have the bot network. Way easier to do this in Factorio. Because you just tell you have your blueprints, you tell the bots to do it. Just like, alright, just fucking go. Bots, robots, go. It's way easier in that respect. But yes, the tentative plan is we're going to do this in a very block sort of a way. If we have to obviously go up in order to expand for like the more complex stuff, that's fine. Because we can more easily go up for more complex things. Like make it like a tower or whatever for like, say, I don't know, motors, for example. But the things that are like not that complex, I don't think we have to. Unless we just want to make more. Then we go up. Does this make sense? Does it make sense, kind of what I'm saying here? I hope it makes sense what I'm saying here. Well, you have to make it more modular. Always. Well, that's why the main bus, for example, is really good in Factorio. It's easy to set up. It's not very complex. And you can always just go in one direction. It's very easy. Main bus is simple. And it's good for early to mid game. Obviously, when you get to the later portions of Factorio, where you want more production, you have to, well, besides murdering the natives, you're going to have to do a lot of murder, but you can either do a bunch of modular factories connected all with the train network, or you can do city blocks as well. But you need a lot of material for that. You need a lot of material for that, obviously. Okay. We got some shit to talk about. It's already kind of late. Alright, let's talk about our big man here. Which blueprints were more powerful? Blueprints are good, obviously. It's just the problem with Satisfactory is that the only way that blueprints are good in Satisfactory is you need to also have the mobility options available. I'm basically doing this without a jetpack, without a hover pack, without any of that shit. So it's kind of hard. I'm making it a little harder on myself, to be honest. Not that it's impossible. It's just a little harder. But there is that to consider as well. Do I want to go over the take of Nick Fuentes talking about how much he likes Blue Cities? I kind of do. That would be funny. But, you know, whatever. Let's get started with our boy Zohran here. Well. Our big boy, big man fucking Zohran. I don't know. Our main boy here has gotten his... Is it the second or the third major promise? Okay. Let's go through the major promises. There was 4 of them in total. Free childcare. That's done. Free buses. That's not done yet. Freeze the rent. That just got done. And I always blank on the 4th one. What's the 4th one again? Because those are the main 3 ones that I always remember. Grocery stores. It's the grocery stores. That one I believe is being actively worked on. And there is already one that was opened up, I think, in by Harlem, was it? Or was it by Astoria? I don't remember exactly. But he got one of the 5 already opened up. And the other ones are, again, being worked on. So... Oh, it was in Harlem. Okay, I was correct in saying it was Harlem. Okay, I remembered properly. Yay for me. Fantastic. But yes, it's the free grocery stores, which being worked on, childcare, which is already done, and now, of course, the freezing of the rent, which is now successful. So we can say like 2.2 out of the 4. It's pretty good. And by the way, yeah, this is like his first 150 some odd days. Yeah. First 150 some odd days. Not to mention, another thing that Zohran Mamdani had to contend with was the closing of a $12 billion budget deficit without implementing austerity. So it turns out when you actually have someone who cares running the fucking government, you can actually get some rather good outcomes, which is why the establishment was so ridiculously fucking afraid of him getting into power and him implementing his fucking policies, prescriptions within New York, because guess what? This can act as a fucking blueprint. This can show people, I've mentioned this before, that better is possible, that you can actually expect good outcomes from the state in order to be able to provide good social services and good services in general under the proper guiding hand. Now, obviously, I'm generally speaking anti-authoritarian, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. It's all about, like, concentration of power. But listen, I've never said before that, again, if we're talking about systemic issues like this, considering the current economic model that we find ourselves under, it is absolutely necessary for the state to step in and handle a lot of those fucking issues. And Zohran Mamdani is doing a very, very good job at that, exactly. But here, Zohran, the main man of the hour, has something to say. Why don't we take a look?
New York, the Independent Rent Guidelines Board just froze the rent. That means...
I believe in a 7-1 vote. And the Rent Guidelines Board are the main people who are supposed to be taking care of this in particular. And from what I understand, the mayor has a pretty big amount of control as to who can be appointed to the Rent Guidelines Board. And it's mostly Zohran people that are in the Rent Guidelines Board, which is why, or rather, no, the elections happened while Zohran was in power, so Zohran was able to have significant sway for the people that were going to be implemented there. That's more correct. So yeah, a bunch of Zohran people were basically put in, and they were, again, put in to approve of the freezing of the rent for, I think it's about a 2-year freeze of the rent for 1 to 2 year leases. And again, the majority of the people who are in rent stabilized sort of housing is mostly black and brown people. Because, just to throw this out here real quick, for all the like blue MAGA loser freaks constantly complaining about all of the candidates that Zohran Mamdani endorsed and who won their fucking primaries. Fuck you, you freaks. Same alongside with DSA, of course. Guess what? You could bitch, moan, and complain about how the makeup of DSA is mostly fucking white. It turns out what matters is the fucking policy. But with these losers, these freaks, they only care about the fucking celebrity, because in reality, they don't actually care about helping people at all.
If you're one of the more than 2 million New Yorkers who lives in a rent-stabilized apartment, your rent's going to be frozen next year.
Obviously, all the fucking landlords are going to complain about this, saying like, oh, we're not going to make a bunch of money from this. Yeah, and it's just like, yeah, man, because you really need to make money from, like, the poorest fucking New Yorkers. Like, you can go fuck right off. Like, this is just such a huge material benefit for, again, about a quarter of the city. Like, a population of New York is, what, 9 million? Something like that? It's like 9 million? Yeah, about a quarter of the city is going to be able to save about a third, if not more, of their money to literally do anything else with. Like, I don't know. Maybe buy themselves something nice. Maybe invest with it. They could do literally anything. It's good to see. But here, some further additional reporting on this from local affiliates. Why don't we take a look?
And tenants celebrate after a vote tonight to freeze the rent. Good evening. I'm Christine Johnson. That decision impacts about...
This is something that a bunch of tenant units, I think, unions have been fighting for like the latter part of about several decades. And by the way, this is like, you know, because this is definitely going to come up. This isn't the only time that there's been a rent freeze implemented within New York. Yeah, you're right there. You're not wrong when you say that. But here's the fucking thing. For example, the most recent rent freeze that happened was implemented because of Bill de Blasio because of fucking COVID. And guess who decided to make that as difficult as possible for him? Andrew fucking Cuomo, because Andrew Cuomo just wants you to fucking suffer.
2 million New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized apartments. The board took action to freeze 1 and 2 year leases, something the panel has never done before. But as Andrew Ramos reports, some say it could have long-term repercussions.
The motion passes.
Mm-hmm. 7-1.
Packed with tenants erupts in a thunderous applause at El Museo del Barrio in East Harlem. Following a historic vote to freeze rent for nearly 1 million rent-stabilized apartments, the city's Rent Guidelines Board delivered the 7-1 vote Thursday night, which will grant a rent freeze for 1 year and 2 year leases. Tenants say it's a game changer in the fight to keep New York affordable.
Oh my goodness, I'm ecstatic. I'm literally walking on cloud 9 right now.
I'm so...
By the way, because this is the fucking point, right? The reason why New York is as difficult of a city to be able to live in for a lot of, again, black and brown people is who is the most significantly impacted people, and poor people in general, right? Which, again, I think there was a bit about this in the majority report. If you go through district by district, especially with the areas where a lot of those Zohran-backed DSA candidates ended up winning, well, Brad Lander is not with the DSA, but whatever. Zohran-backed candidates, most of the people living within those districts are above the poverty line in terms of how many poor people live in those fucking districts, right? The poverty rate within New York throughout the entirety of the city is about 14%. Daria Liza's, I think, was like 20-some-odd%. Claire Valdez's one was also about 20% as well. I'm not sure what Brad Landers was in particular, but I anticipate there's also a bunch of poor people there as well. Most of those fucking districts are where a lot of fucking poor people. There's a lot of poor people that live within New York, and this is just a massive boon to them because again, this is probably about like half of what they earn each month goes to rent specifically. If I were to take a guess, given how expensive of a city New York is, right? This is a massive fucking boon for them, which again allows them to have be able to make more savings. Perhaps they'll be able to make more payments on more of their bills. There's so many fucking differing things that these people can do with those extra probable $2,000 worth of dollars within their fucking pocket.
So proud of people my age and young people getting together and forming coalitions, because when we do that, we can make an impact.
The final vote, which came after more than a dozen public hearings and multiple data reports, was a punch in the gut for property owners who say they are already struggling to maintain their buildings.
Cope.
Only choice. It's a business. People don't get it. Housing has costs, and this has become a political game.
Mayor Mamdani.
Fucking cope and see, dumbass fucking property owners. Damn, maybe you guys shouldn't have been constantly jacking up the fucking prices and providing terrible fucking services, which Zohran Mamdani is running around and saying like, are you guys doing what you're supposed to be doing as a fucking property owner, and that is servicing the fucking property? But still jacking up the prices anyways? Because this is what these motherfuckers do consistently. They will just jack up the prices consistently for no reason whatsoever. And guess what? Zohran Mamdani is on the case saying like, how about you don't get to collect some money? Because you guys can go fuck yourselves. You'll be able to live. You have other fucking properties that you can make a bunch of money off of. Cope and fucking seeds, Jack. Like, do you really need all that fucking rent money from the poorest fucking New Yorkers? No. So, I don't know. Suck my nuts? Yeah, suck my nuts.
Who made freezing rent a centerpiece of his mayoral campaign, now fulfills a campaign
Cope and seed, Jack.
Yes, cope and seed, Jack.
In part, this is the relief that working people across our city deserve. Thursday's vote came amid some...
Because keep in mind, working people who live within New York very often have to buy property outside of the city and have to commute in like 2 or 3 hours. This is a talking point specifically from Zohran Mamdani himself that he's brought up consistently, saying that, there's a bunch of like people who had to like come in and whatnot. I don't know why I'm doing the straw man voice for Zohran. What the hell am I saying? Let's just do that again. I'm tired. Where basically Zohran will say that, yeah, there's like people who have to come in like 2 or 3 hours away from the fucking goddamn city in order to be able to work within the city. Like, that's fucking ridiculous that is the case. That should not be the case. People should be able to live and be able to afford to live within the city that they work in and not have to commute like 2 or 3 hours every fucking goddamn day just to be able to work. That's ridiculous.
Controversy where Christina Smith, a member of the city's Rent Guidelines Board who represented landlords, resigned from her post. She suggested that the vote's outcome was already decided by the board, where 6 of the 9 members were appointed by Mayor Mamdani. But the mayor insists the LGB is independent. While the vote may be popular with tenants, experts say the long-term impact may cause more problems than solve them.
We have a housing crisis, not just a rent crisis, but we're going to have a housing supply crisis as well. And that may only get worse if we don't find ways to keep these buildings standing and operating in a decent condition.
Hey, random jabroni over here. Well, let me see. Let's see. Senior economist, realtor.com. Okay. Sure. I see. Hey, goofy looking head ass over here. Guess what? That's already being taken care of by Zohran Mamdani, who just proposed about 200K more homes to be built within New York. Yikes.
Leases that will be impacted by tonight's decision will begin after October 1st, 2026 and before September 30th, 2027. Reporting in East Harlem tonight, Andrew...
Very, very good and based that Zohran Mamdani is getting this. Obviously, I mean, there's like landlords who are going to complain about this constantly. I don't give a shit about what this dumbass landlord says. It's going to be a lot of the same shit as some of the other dipshits over here say. They'll just be like, well, we're not going to be able to afford to all the services and afford to maintain our fucking units if the rent gets frozen. You guys weren't doing that anyways, so suck my nuts. Yeah, suck my fucking goddamn nuts. Like, I could give less of a flying fuck about your feelings, landlords. But here, Daho, this is a David Dole video. What does this have to do with, specifically Zohran Mamdani? This is not the only thing that he's been up to. Besides the filling in the potholes, hiring a bunch of people at $30 an hour in order to be able to shovel a bunch of snow, which is Whoa, you want to have a great way to incentivize people across the city to shovel a bunch of snow? There you fucking go. And guess what? They all got paid for a hard day's work. 2 fucking claps. Turns out if the city actually does stuff that's popular, people are gonna fucking like the actions or the mayor that's currently at the top of the ticket that's basically taking care of all these problems. But this is not the only thing that Zohran's been fucking taking care of. And there's a reason why his approval rating has been only going up, 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 up.
Opinion of New Yorkers. I mean, you look at recent polling here, and I'll get to why he's popular, but looking at Newsweek, Mamdani favorability rising, as establishment Democrats in post-election fog. So taking a look at these numbers.
Yeah, so in context, The View, there was like some dumbasses on The View who were basically like coping and seething about Zohran Mamdani's popularity. They were mad about the DSA sweep happening within New York because it was a sweep. Like, a lot of DSA candidates won various offices throughout New York, throughout the entirety of New York. And there was like, I think it was like Joey Behar, Sonny Hostin, and I think even Whoopi Goldberg saying like, listen, like DSA is a force to be reckoned with, and actually offering like some pretty good takes, like reasonable takes, saying like, listen, they're a force to be reckoned with because there's a recognition that the Democratic Party is not meeting the moment, and as a result, people are looking for alternatives, which makes sense. Like, that's just like doy kind of obvious, but whatever. There's always going to be like random schizophrenics who are just going to be like, well, actually, he's bad because he's like a parasite on the Democratic Party, which seems to be the talking point that a lot of the centrist blue magatards are fucking operating with. It's just like, fuck off, dude. Like, cope and listen, guess what? If democratic socialism is as popular as it is, and considering the fact that socialism is very popular amongst the fucking Democratic constituency, 66% approval rating of socialism within the Democrats, maybe the party might have to do something about that. But they're too cucked to capital to do anything about it. So guess what? DSA is stepping up to the fucking plate.
Mamdani's statewide favorability rating has risen to 45% versus a 34% unfavorable, up from 43 to 40. Among New York City voters, it is now it's up even more sharply, climbing to 58-26 from 56% earlier. His net approval favorable. Is now 11% among statewide voters, and among city voters has a 32% net favorability. These are incredible numbers, and they're increasing. Why? Because he is actually delivering. Some examples here. Mamdani announced his plan to build 200,000 new affordable homes. Mamdani and Hochul unveil free childcare plan in New York City. New York City Mayor Mamdani applauded for closing 12 billion.
Some of the stuff that I've mentioned earlier, of course.
Billion budget deficit without austerity measures. Mamdani and NYPD announces fewest murder shooting incidents in recorded history for first 3 months.
Yes, crime has gone down significantly within New York. Why? Because of a bunch of good policies that Zohran Mamdani is implementing in order to combat crime. It turns out if you address people's material conditions, crime goes down. Who would have thought?
Months of the year.
Oh, and by the way, like there hasn't even been like hiring increases or more funding going to the NYPD. It turns out if you actually know how to properly distribute resources, you can actually take care of a lot of issues. Whoa, who would have thought?
And historic victory, Mamdani delivers on key campaign promise as New York City Board approves rent freeze. This was announced just today. Every single week, there is something new that Mamdani is delivering for New Yorkers, things that he promised, and that's why.
And even in the fucking smaller stuff, right? So guess what? For all the like quote-unquote very fancy, flashy social media videos that he always fucking takes, there's a reason for that specifically, right? For all the like dumbass, like centrist blue magatard losers and Republicans out there, there's a reason why he does that. It's because he respects his voters and he doesn't think people are fucking stupid. Because guess what? As much as I like to say that the American people are incredibly civically undereducated and uneducated in a lot of cases, that's because that was a choice being made by the state itself. They did that on purpose because, again, it makes it such that, the state itself can get away with a bunch of funneling of money to rich people. Because that's the point of defunding a lot of fucking education. And again, and this is some of the powers and the aspects of implementing the internet and having a computer in your fucking pocket. It makes it such that a lot of this stuff is way easier, way more easily accessible, and this info is way more easy to fucking ascertain, so people can organize and get better educated in terms of a lot of these fucking topics. It's not perfect, obviously, but it's significantly better than what it used to be. Makes it a lot harder for the media to be able to lie to people, of course, and politicians as well. But yeah, like, what else is there to really say? The second major promise of Zohran Mamdani has now been implemented. Well, it's like 2.2. Whatever. 2.2. Promises of 4 has now been implemented by Zohran Mamdani, and it's been about 150 days while he's in office. 150, about 180 days. About 180 days. It's been about 6 months since he's taken office. And his second major promise, fulfilled, done. It's going to be implemented October 1st. On to the next one. Money in my fucking pocket. It's really, really fucking great to see that people are being shown what is possible if there is someone who actually cares that is in power. And that's the point that makes the establishment the most afraid of all. The fact that there is actually someone in a position of power who actually fucking cares. That's the scariest fucking thing in terms of all of this, right? And that's what has these freaks in fear the most. The fact that there is someone out there who is actually willing to do everything possible to make the city that he loves significantly better for a lot of people within New York. And it's got a lot of the correct people trembling in their fucking boots. Looking at you, all the dumb fuck billionaires, dumbass politicians who are in positions of power. Because Zohran Mamdani is showing that better is possible. And as a byproduct of that, that means they too also have to be able to deliver in terms of being able to produce better outcomes for their constituencies. Which, as we all know, a lot of Democrats within positions of power, not very much so interested in that. Same with the Republicans. They also do not want to provide better for a lot of people within their constituencies because they're evil. And sometimes, you know, Occam's razor and whatnot. Daho, aren't you being a little reductive in terms of all this? Occam's razor, motherfucker. Unfortunately, Republicans and Democrats both serve the exact same fucking corporate masters, right? And that is corporations, the rich, military-industrial complex, and other various fucking interests who could give less of a flying fuck if they essentially have you and basically people around you living healthy and happy fucking existences. But there is people out there who do care. And it's people like Zohran Mamdani. And that's what these people, you know, the bourgeoisie and the rich, that is what they are the most fucking afraid of. Someone who actually does care and is willing to show that there is a better path forward. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. I'm stealing this image of that big ol' fucking smile of Zohran Mamdani. Thank you, Bloomberg. Very cool. Guys, we're getting hopium pilled. Who the fuck is Cash Jordan? I don't know who that is. I'm doing the soy jack thing. Like, I have my context shirt on with my context hat, with my context sign all pointing to myself saying, context requires context. Who the fuck is Cash Jordan? Who is this? Oh, I know this dude! Oh, wait! This is the guy who does, like, all those, like, weirdo, like, slop race baity videos. I know who exactly... This dude's a fucking... Yeah, yes. I know exact... Vosh has gone over a couple of his videos here. So what's up, Luca?
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. But why did you lose subscribers? Do it. Okay. I was fucking joking.
Thank you, Zane.
Why did you do it?
So yeah, basically this guy's shtick is that he used to do, if we look at his fucking oldest videos, yeah, this is his whole fucking thing. Going through, like, New York apartments and just, like, yapping about them, right? So this, like, did, you know, that's pretty decently. Like, he consistently hits 6 digits on a lot of this stuff. Blah, 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 blah. He just talked about, like, New York's housing market or whatever. But as you can see, he had quite a fucking blow up in terms of his subscribers. Why? Yeah, because he started doing a lot more, like, race baity shit. And way more fucking race baity fucking slop bullshit with, like, AI fucking thumbnails. And now he's, like, one of these, like, Tyler Oliveira slash like Tyler Oliveira slash Nick Shirley types who does, like, all the, like, most low IQ race baity fucking bullshit. Hold on, we gotta make fun of Nuxtaku fans. Alright. Cool. How hard is it to be honest and make good content? You don't need the racism money, it's not worth it. Well, unfortunately, most people just don't give much of a flying fuck whatsoever. It's all about the racism for them, so yeah. They love racism. Wait, Boy Meets Mini. From Factorio 2.1, you do remember that space casinos, no more space casinos, right? It's Jover for the space casinos. Although, honestly, it's not that big of a deal to lose space casinos because you can always just make molten metals on Vulcanus and it's still hyper efficient and you can just, like, dummy upcycle anyways. It's, like, not that big of a deal. Alright. Let's get started with this shit. So, some further developments in the Iran, Israel, Lebanon, US war in the Middle East. Very cool, very good. But breaking, the US, Israel, and Lebanon have signed a framework agreement allowing Israel to maintain a security zone in Lebanon, with the IDF retaining operational freedom within that zone. Uh-oh, this does not seem to be particularly great for the Memorandum of Understanding, which has been violated at this point by Israel by them continuing to bomb Lebanon and Beirut in order to sabotage the deal, because Itamar Ben-Gvir has made it extremely fucking clear. Very, 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 very clear that if the deal, quote-unquote, was not beneficial to the state of Israel, they will do everything possible in order to fucking sabotage it. Yeah. Constant fucking sort of pattern of behavior from Israel specifically. They have made it extremely clear that they are not honest or trustworthy whatsoever in terms of being able to be honest mediators when it comes to, well, being like honest actors when it comes to this quote-unquote war within the Middle East. Shouldn't be surprised by this from Israel whatsoever. So I believe that this was the signed framework specifically from Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio has signed this alongside the, I think it's Prime Minister of Lebanon or something, as well as, I think Israel Katz or something, or Benjamin, I don't remember exactly who. A bunch of people fucking signed, a bunch of officials signed it, saying that there's a framework agreement. Yeah, it turns out the Lebanese people were not particularly happy about this, and I think it's pretty reasonable for as to why. The fact that the IDF is allowed to, again, maintain that fucking security zone within the southern parts of Lebanon, I believe it's about 10 kilometers inside the borders of Lebanon, in order to, I don't know, safeguard themselves from fucking Hezbollah, because what is the likelihood that Israel, if once this sort of security framework is essentially expired or whatever, is essentially going to be able to, or are they going to leave the fucking territory? That's probably not happening. And the whole intention behind the deal is to essentially give Lebanon the tools in order to try to go after Hezbollah. That's not going to fucking work either, because first off, the population's not going to be down with that. And it's eventually just going to foment all into a civil war for like literally no reason that Israel is going to have full control over the fucking valves of, which is why this shit's not going to fucking fly. There was massive protests within Beirut, and people were basically upset and saying that, yeah, the government is deciding to fucking capitulate to the Israelis and also the Americans, because a lot of people basically feel that they have been, that the occupation of southern Lebanon has essentially been legalized, as is being claimed here, and is giving legal immunity to Benjamin Netanyahu for all his fucking war crimes, which a lot of people are pretty fucking pissed about. So as a result of this, it turns out that Israel started bombing Beirut again, and now the war is essentially back on within the Strait of Hormuz, and the US is now also launching a bunch of fucking airstrikes again on Iran, because it turns out, yeah, Iran was not particularly happy with this framework fucking deal, which was essentially selling the Lebanese people up Schitt's Creek, and nobody was in particularly happy with that fucking goddamn deal. And because of the fact that Israel started bombing again, guess what? The Strait of Hormuz got closed again, which pissed off the fucking United States, because I believe there was a Singaporean ship, I think it was Singaporean, right? That tried to make the run over the Strait of Hormuz, and the Iranians inevitably fucking started bombing it. And now the war is essentially back on. Because for whatever reason, Trump seems to think that the Strait of Hormuz is international waters. It is not. It is shared waters between the Omanis and the Iranians. It is not international waters. That is fucking stupid. But then again, Trump is a fucking idiot. So yeah, one ship decided to try to make a run over the Strait of Hormuz. It got inevitably bombed by the Iranians to force it to stop. And then that pissed off the US, and they started launching airstrikes on Iran. Because, again, the Strait of Hormuz got closed because Israel broke the memorandum of understanding. As a byproduct of that, the Strait of Hormuz got closed. A ship decides to try to run through the Strait of Hormuz to deliver its fucking cargo, even though there was a bunch of agreements within the memorandum of understanding that a bunch of oil and a bunch of ships were allowed to start to travel through, and some ships did start traveling through, but then again, the memorandum got broken. I don't know if this particular ship just didn't get the message. Who the fuck knows? We could ask any amount of questions for what is the case. But they tried to make a run through the strait when it was closed by the Iranians, and then they got bombed by the Iranians, and then the US was pissed about it. So yeah, war's back on, basically. Very cool. What do we have here?
All right, Fox News alert. Sources telling Fox News that the United States military has begun carrying out airstrikes on Iranian targets. This comes following Iranian attacks on cargo ships. For the latest, let's bring in Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, what do you know?
Well, Will, I just spoke to a senior U.S. official who confirmed that those airstrikes were, in fact, in response to Iran firing a one-way attack drone against a Singapore-flagged ship overnight. That ship was...
Okay, so it was a Singaporean ship. I was correct when I was saying that. Yes, yes, in a technical sense, Alex, yes, it's international waters because that's the requirement to allow international trade, but this is a distinction between owning and possessing. Yes, exactly. Iran possesses the strait. Same with the Omanis. It's a joint possession of the fucking strait. Trump is essentially trying to say that it is not possessed at all whatsoever by the Iranians and the Omanis, and they are essentially saying that, well, freedom of navigation, it's international waters. Ships have to be able to go through. Well, that's not exactly, in a technical sense, the case.
Trying to leave the Strait of Hormuz, it was passing along the Omani coast, and it struck that cargo ship. And so this is in response for what the president has said was a breakup.
Which, again, the Omanis and the Iranians have an agreement talking about the behaviors that Iran is going to take, in particular when it comes to all of this.
Breach of the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, and a breach of the ceasefire. We heard that there were explosions in 3 locations in Sirik, Iran, that is along the Strait of Hormuz coast. Now we have a statement from CENTCOM saying that the targets were drone and missile storage sites as well as radar installations. It's not clear when...
I believe the Iranians also put out a video of all of the Shahed drones that they have in, like, underground fucking mountain bunkers, which the U.S. is never going to be able to get to. So like I said before, the Iranians still have plenty of capabilities to conduct attacks that the U.S. can't really do anything about.
Whether these airstrikes will continue, but since CENTCOM has put out the statement, my past experience would suggest that the strikes are over for now, but it is a strong warning shot across the bow at Iran to get the IRGC under control and to stop firing on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Will?
All right. That phrase, Jennifer, a warning shot across the bow of Iran. So CENTCOM's already put out this statement suggesting that drone and missile targets have been hit in Iran. The president, we know, is very dedicated to trying to see through the terms of the deal, to see through the MOU. So is it your sense, then, that this is...
Yes, and some implementation of the MOU has happened. I believe that the Iranians are getting some of that $300 billion of reparations from the United States of America, and some Iranian assets have already been unfrozen, and some ships have been allowed to travel through. But then Israel decided to start bombing Lebanon again, thus breaking the, well, memorandum. So, yeah. Yeah.
Is simply a, I don't know the right analogy to use, but in response to that targeting of that cargo ship, this is basically a slap back in the face, not resuming full-on war against Iran at this stage.
I believe that's the case, Will, based on the conversations that I've had. This is just...
Yeah, fucking shot across the bow, a warning shot. Yeah, we're just gonna bomb the shit out of you. It's like, okay, bro, nice meme.
Show the Iranian leadership that the U.S. military is still there in the region. We have 50,000 troops. We have 2 aircraft carrier strike groups. That the U.S. military still has the option to resume striking Iran at will. There are still areas along the coast in the Strait of Hormuz, and the IRGC keeps testing the U.S. military and the limits of this Memorandum of Understanding. And what's clear is there seems to be a breach between the political leadership who signed the MOU and the IRGC leadership. We heard yesterday that CENTCOM was planning to place one of the IRGC commanders in CENTCOM headquarters in Qatar so that they could be side by side to try and mitigate and stop this kind of activity because it's not clear whether it's sanctioned from above or whether these are isolated cells. But tonight, the U.S. military struck back.
Yes, because from how the Iranian government basically works, it's highly decentralized, and each region has its own sort of, well, governor or regent and IRGC commander, which manages that region's particular assets. Which is why going after one leader in a decapitation strike just doesn't work. Doesn't fucking work. Doesn't matter how many of these leaders you're going to keep killing over and over and over again. They're just going to have another guy ready to fucking take up places, right? Because that was the sort of, well, strategy behind the decapitation strikes. It was always stupid and never going to work because the Iranians have quite the deep roster of people ready to replace.
at these 3 sites to send a clear message to the Iranians. I don't think either side wants to restart the war.
True, Webmaster.
It shows the U.S. military can still strike at will.
And just one more different, to your point, what remains a mystery is how coordinated even actions are under the banner of the IRGC. Even if you get the buy-in of senior leadership of the IRGC, what does that leave on the ground in terms of cells who don't buy into the prospect of peace?
Well, I think that's really the problem. Since the Iran war began, the leadership has been fragmented, and it's not clear that the hierarchy really is in control of all those lower cells, and that's really the problem going forward.
Oh, I'm sure that that is the case. Yada, yada, yada. Random aspersions, of course, by, well, Fox News. Should we really be surprised about that? But yeah, as we all know, U.S. conducting new strikes in the area of the Strait of Hormuz, per Axios, marked the first U.S. strikes in the region since the Memorandum of Understanding has been signed, of course. And it's very convenient that it's also on a Friday when the markets are all fucking closed. So, you know, wartime only during the fucking weekends, you know? I do believe that I have not taken a look at this in a while, but we have not seen what the oil markets look like under WTI. Obviously, they have had quite the fucking plunge, if I were to take a guess. Yeah, like, look at that shit. Ever since the Memorandum of Understanding was fucking signed, that is a fucking plunge, bros. Look at this. Ever since, yeah, this is pretty much where the Memorandum of Understanding was sort of signed. It's been about a week. It's right around here. Obviously, they said that, making all the claims, saying like, yeah, we'll have a deal signed up, blah 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 blah. It's gonna happen. Plunge happens, of course, and then. War's back on right now. We'll see exactly what fucking happens. I mean, it's just incredible, dude. Like, because Trump constantly says within, like, press conferences that, dude, like, look, we literally are bringing oil prices down, yada, yada, yada. Let's just ignore the fact that it's been up by, like, almost $100 fucking during this whole time, throughout the 4 months that this bullshit was fucking happening, all because of an elective war of choice that Trump decided to take. And it's still up from what it was. It's still about like $10 up from what it was before. It's genuinely fucking incredible. But this is what he means by like oil prices are being down. When in reality, the main thing that needs to be paid attention to is the physical fucking prices. The physical spot prices of oil is still probably going to be up if I were to make a bet, right? So as a byproduct of that, because that's something that's not going to come down immediately. That's going to take some time because, again, because of the break that happened within the global supply chains of oil, that's going to take some time to reestablish itself, especially with all the mines that have to be cleared up and cleaned. But of course, like, does Trump know about any of that? No, because he's a fucking idiot who literally just thought, like, they could just do, like, a quick in and out like they did with Venezuela, and then all of a sudden it'd be over. It's like, that's not how that fucking works within Iran, but whatever. And it's all because, like, Trump has some adherence for his, to oil because of all of his, like, oil oligarch fucking buddies. Like, obviously, this is going to be, like, a complete shit show from the beginning, but Trump is too stupid to really recognize and understand any of that. And guess what? War's fucking back on now. Very, very cool. Thank you, Trump, for doing all of this. But yes, there's also like a report here by CENTCOM essentially talking about the strike that they did, that they did, blah, 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 blah. They're going to claim that this is an unwarranted aggression. It is not. Literally, the Singaporean vessel tried to make a run through the Strait of Hormuz, which has been closed again because of the violations of the Memorandum of Understanding that Israel did. So the strait was already fucking closed, even though they've been trying to implement parts of the fucking deal of the Memorandum of Understanding. It's just the strait was already fucking closed again. Now, this fucking happens, and Israel, the US, and Lebanon, of course, trying to work on a deal to try to take care of Hezbollah, because that's the point of all this. Although I think it's just going to end up being a civil war. It's not going to do anything. This is not unwarranted aggression against commercial shipping. This is just a falsity. This is a lie here by CENTCOM and, of course, the Department of Defense. The strait was already fucking closed. It was not reopened. It got closed ever since the attacks on Beirut by Israel, because that was the first stipulation within the Memorandum of Understanding, which got fucking violated. Because, again, Israel. Yeah, Israel. Of course, J.D. Vance has to lie about this because, again, Our dumbass fucking deal got immediately broken by Israel because they're fucking evil. Whoa, who would have fucking thought? But yeah, Iran signed a ceasefire agreement. Technically speaking, not the case. We have honored it. If they have disagreements about how the MOU is being applied, they could pick up the phone, but violence will be met with violence. Again, the MOU is already fucking broken, right? They are allowed to close the strait if they fucking want to. Israel already fucking broke that stuff with their attacks in Beirut that they did after the signing happened. Not even that long after, right? Again, the main common factor for as to who is blowing up the deal and making everything worse is Israel. Israel is the main fucking factor here. But the United States is never going to fucking acknowledge that because, again, it's all fucking swearing field to Israel. I hope it, broadly speaking, kind of makes sense what I'm saying here. Because it's more and more obvious and clear that Israel is literally doing everything possible to try to throw some kind of a wrench into the fucking deal with the Memorandum of Understanding because they were never interested in really sort of following the tenets of the deal because Israel has made it clear, yeah, they don't give a shit about any of that. It's just fucking stupid, man. But obviously all the Trump sycophants and dumbasses are going to do everything possible to lie at the behest of fucking Israel. It's a very, very constant sort of pattern of behavior from these fucking dipshits. But what else is there to really say? I guess the war's back on, huh? War's back on. People are getting attacked. Well, not people. Military sites are getting attacked. And the U.S. and Iran are starting to shoot each other again as soon as the fucking oil markets close. Very, very convenient there for Trump. But whatever. That's not to really say anything in particular. But yeah, like, I'm not surprised by this. You're not surprised by this. Inevitably, the byproducts and actions of Israel within Lebanon, and obviously the Lebanese people not being particularly happy about the deal that's being signed between the U.S. and fucking Israel, allowing and Lebanon, allowing for part of their territory to be occupied by the Israelis, which they're probably never going to end up leaving in order to try to quote unquote take care of Hamas. Sure, I'll believe it when I fucking see it. In order to just be able to make the situation within, well, Lebanon and the situation within the Strait of Hormuz significantly fucking worse because, again, it was never about finding an optimal solution to any of this for Israel. They want to keep the war going because Benjamin Netanyahu has corruption charges swirling around him, and he wants to keep the war cabinet going for as long as possible, despite the Knesset calling constantly for a bunch of elections because of how unpopular Benjamin Netanyahu is. The Knesset's been calling for elections, but Benjamin Netanyahu needs to stay in power for as long as possible so then he doesn't have to deal with his fucking corruption charges. Because that's the main fucking reasoning for as to why this is happening to begin with. It's all because of one corrupt shithead wanting to make sure he stays in power for as long as possible. And if he can use it as an excuse to bomb a bunch of brown people in the Middle East, he'll fucking do that as well. Listen, if Benjamin Netanyahu can do anything possible in order to, I don't know, get some fucking rollies for himself and kill a bunch of Palestinians while at the same time, oh, he'll fucking do it. He does not give a shit. Because we're dealing with a bunch of fucking unironic evil people with the state of Israel. Because again, those are the main people that you should be blaming for all of this. It is Israel. And again, as a byproduct of all this bullshit, war is essentially back on. Very cool and great to fucking see all this bullshit. Very, very cool. Don't think there's really much else to say besides, oh man, this shit didn't even last a fucking week. Nice memorandum of understanding, you fucking idiots.
Administration's.
Okay, there we go.
In D.C. for a fourth day. Hezbollah is not a party to the talks. The Supreme Court has ruled.
All right. Thank you, Zane. Fucking, you're feeling real fucking putis today, aren't you? Like, extra fucking putis. Very, very putis. Just for me? What does that even mean? Yeah, I don't know about that. Who chose the name of the memorandum? I don't even know what the name of the memorandum is, to be honest, Webmaster. I assume it's probably something stupid. Like, whatever. Mega Skarmory Raid Day. Do I care at all? I mean, I'll just probably get enough energy in order to, honestly, just get enough energy. Get enough energy in order to Mega Evolve Skarmory and then move on with my life, because why the fuck would you want to use that as a flying type attacker? Daho, it's a budget flying type attacker. I have better flying type attackers for Mega, so I don't really care. Yeah, well, you go to bed. Fuck you, Zane. Bastard. Anyway, let's get started with this bullshit. Guys, did you know that the Supreme Court is evil? Many such cases, of course. But we have a quick sort of blurb here from Democracy Now! To essentially just talk about the evil shit the Supreme Court is up to. Let's take a look.
In favor of the Trump administration's policy of denying people at the U.S.-Mexico border a chance to seek asylum, a right enshrined in both federal and international law. The 6-3 decision.
So that is, of course, in terms of asylum law. So essentially, because every dumb fuck Republican, again, makes the fucking claim that there's like a pouring of a bunch of fucking migrants that happened under Joe Biden. Again, the reason for as to why there was a lot of Venezuelan migrants and Haitian migrants specifically coming up through the fucking border is because, A, have you seen what's going on within Haiti? Like, unironically, the gangs have taken over the fucking country because of how ridiculously fucking unstable the country is. And it's mostly because of a lot of meddling from both Hillary Clinton and also the United States in general. Because keep in mind, the reason why Haiti is as poor of a country as it is because they have to spend most of their existence after their slave rebellion paying back their fucking slave masters all the money for their fucking property of the slave masters. Because, again, they won the fucking revolt. They won the war against the French. But the treaty that signed, that the Haitians were basically forced to fucking have to sign, was highly unfavorable to them and very favorable to the French, the losing side. So they had to spend like hundreds of years paying back the debt they owed, which was about like 50 to 60% of their fucking GDP year over year in order to be able to pay back that debt, which I think they paid back recently. I'm not sure. I don't 100% remember. It doesn't necessarily matter. But this is just another form of exploitation of that island. It is as poor as it is because of that fucking treaty, where Haiti, unironically, did one of I think it was one of the first successful fucking slave revolts within history.
Reverses lower court rulings ordering a halt.
Oh yes, also Venezuela. And in terms of Venezuela, the reason why there was millions of Venezuelan migrants that were coming up through Central America and South America into the United States is because of the 2019 Venezuelan coup attempt. So there was a coup attempt specifically done by Donald Trump that tried to depose Nicolas Maduro, install Juan Guaido as the leader. It was poorly planned out. It was a miserable, miserable fucking failure. And as a result of Trump's coup being such a fucking failure, guess what fucking happened? He decided to slap very harsh sanctions on the Venezuelan economy, which did what exactly? Oh, cause hyperinflation, and made it such that a lot of people were starting to leave the country because of, again, U.S. fucking meddling and sanctions regime. Like, it all eventually ends up going back to the top of something that the United States did specifically. Again, if these motherfuckers, dumb fuck conservatives, didn't want a bunch of people coming into the country to claim asylum, then maybe the United States should stop fucking with all these countries. I don't know. This seems like, call me a libcuck or whatever, call me radical or whatever, but maybe if the United States stopped fucking with all these countries and stopped all of the actions that it is, broadly speaking, taking within these countries and allowed them to be able to freely develop on their own, as per their own sort of like decisions or whatever, then maybe, just maybe, there would not be a bunch of fucking migrants that are constantly coming up in order to seek asylum and are trying to run away from their unstable countries, which the U.S. helped to fucking destabilize. Just some food for thought.
To the practice of metering, or limiting the number of asylum seekers who can present themselves at a U.S. port of entry each day. In a
Which is, again, that's illegal.
scathing dissent read from the bench, Justice Sonia Sotomayor said, quote, "The consequences of today's decision are predictable. More people will die. More people will turn back and be subjected to violence because of something they cannot or should not have to change about themselves, such as their race, religion, nationality, or political opinion," Sotomayor.
Yeah, Sonia Sotomayor is, of course, correct in terms of all of this. Because, again, here's the thing specifically. The reason why these people are seeking asylum is because of, the fact that, basically, they are essentially trying to flee away from their countries that have been destabilized by the United States of America, that are trying to recover, but are still incredibly fucking unstable. It is an international right for people to claim asylum. Now, obviously, that has to get worked through the courts, has to be stipulated. There's programs that are essentially trying to help stuff like this, like TPS, for example, or temporary protected status, that's supposed to try to help in terms of that aspect specifically. But obviously, since conservatives are fucking morons, and they are very, very stupid people, and they don't understand how this works, they just think that it's a bunch of migrants that are essentially being flooded in order to, I don't know, rape and pillage the United States of America. That's silly. It's nonsensical. This is a legal process. Their claims will be processed in the courts that they themselves have actively defunded because of the fact that the Republicans have no other policy to run on besides all the culture war shit that they have. So they have to make up a bunch of fucking problems because of actions that they themselves have did. It's incredible. It's an insidious cycle that the Republicans do and conservatives do consistently because they have nothing better to fucking talk about.
In another 6-3 ruling, the court's conservative majority agreed to allow the Trump administration to end temporary protected status, TPS, for an estimated 350,000 Haitian and 6,000 Syrian immigrants. The ruling paves the way for mass deportations of asylum seekers to two of the world's most dangerous nations. Also on Thursday, the Supreme Court struck down.
So that was, again, the second evil thing the Supreme Court has done specifically. So basically, like I mentioned before with how temporary protected status works, there are lots of people that are given temporary protected status, and this is something that the Supreme Court has been consistently doing in terms of the Trump administration, giving them a lot of favorable rulings in terms of temporary protected status for a lot of migrants within the United States of America. Again, the only reason why they are given this status is because they claim asylum, they are given temporary status to be able to live within the United States of America while their asylum claims are being fucking processed. That's how it fucking works. But conservatives dishonestly will call these people illegal migrants. It's like, no, they're going literally through the process that they're supposed to as legal asylee claims, right? They make the legal fucking claims for asylum and they say, hey, we're going to have this shit be processed. But a lot of those courts get actively fucking defunded constantly by the fucking Republicans because they just want to kick out all the fucking brown people. That's the point of all of this. And again, like some additional details. So obviously the Supreme Court was going to go alongside this because they are highly, highly fucking partisan. In each of these, it's always been a partisan sort of lines, 6-3 conservative majorities, saying that they basically cut away like temporary protected status from, of course, Haitians and the Syrians. Again, Syria is still a highly unstable country. There's still fighting that goes on within Syria day by day, and We already talked about Haiti and the problems within Haiti because of all of the destabilizations not only caused by the French, but also by the United States of America because of fucking Hillary Clinton, the Clinton Foundation. It has made it such that, it's really cool and great to see that these countries aren't stable. It makes sense that a bunch of people are going to leave, claim asylum, and try to live somewhere else because, again, these places are unstable. This week's decisions are among dozens of new administration policies that seek to radically restrict or remove immigrants of color and redefine who has a chance to live in the U.S. and consider themselves American. Still looming is the court's decision on whether Trump can deny birthright citizenship to thousands of people. We've talked about why this would be really, really bad, and it would be really, really bad. And the ruling allows the administration to end temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of people. This is not the only ruling that's been doing this, basically. The Supreme Court signaled that it is unwilling to grapple with the racist and nativist philosophy fueling the Trump administration's immigration policies. Yeah, because they actually agree with it. Yeah, it's because they agree with it. Dominican Republic, are America's puppet to fuck with Haiti even more. Figured. Doesn't really surprise me. This is how on the same day that Justice Samuel Alito wrote that Trump's repeated assertions that Haiti was a shithole country and that Haitians were poisoning the blood of the country. Again, that's because of all the Nazi rumors going around constantly. Again, made up by a neo-Nazi sort of sect. Sect called the Blood Tribe, operating within Ohio, spreading a bunch of fucking lies about the Haitian migrants within Springfield, Ohio, saying that they were eating dogs and eating cats. No evidence for this has been presented, and that was parroted by the President of the United States of America on the fucking debate stage, alongside J.D. Vance during the vice presidential debates as well. It's just, again, a fucking lie. It's nonsense. Of this country did not prove these policies were overly racial. Of course, Trump officials began to repeat these same racist tropes. We all know where this specifically come from. But here, just to bring up our boy yet again, here's Zohran Mamdani, who said he's going to fight to protect these migrants within specifically New York. Because again, let's remind ourselves how this fucking works. These are people who have claimed asylum because they're running away from their destabilized fucking countries because of war and U.S. fucking meddling very often. Of course, all the schizophrenic right-wingers are mad about this because they are schizophrenics, and they are looking to try to make this all into a culture war because that's what they constantly fucking do. So, as a byproduct of that, it makes it such that, or rather, they're trying to make the claim that Zohran Mamdani is trying to go against the Supreme Court and also the federal government, that he has to be arrested for this. It's nonsense. Very, very, very fucking stupid. It's like, dude, whatever happened to respecting the rule of law for local governments? Whatever happened to fucking states' rights? I thought you guys cared about that stuff. Nah. In reality, it's a bunch of fucking hooey. It's a bunch of bullshit. And this is, by the way, consistent of Zohran Mamdani, where he will try to protect people from the illegal actions of ICE and of the Trump administration, even though they themselves will claim, oh, this is legal because the wizards from on high are claiming that it is. It's like, dog, we've talked about this before. But the reason why it takes so fucking long for a lot of these people's asylum claims to be processed and why they are given temporary protected status to stay within the United States is because those asylum claims are being processed, and it's slow because you guys have defunded all the fucking courts that are meant to process those fucking claims because you guys are dishonest. What do we have here from Zohran?
We saw today the Supreme Court make a decision that is putting so many people's lives in jeopardy. And I just came back from a rally with 1199 as I stood alongside a number of Haitian New Yorkers who are concerned about what this means for their status in our city. And frankly, this city, the one that we love, is one that has been built by so many from so many different parts of the world. And that includes our Haitian brothers and sisters, our Syrian brothers and sisters. And we stand here ready to be in solidarity with all of those who are concerned by today's decision. And beyond just language of solidarity.
Literally, Zohran Mamdani has been consistent about this. It's like, listen, if you're you live in New York, you're a New Yorker. That's how it fucking works. Listen, that's just how it works. And guess what? All those guys have been brought and given temporary fucking protected status for what exactly? Oh, because of all the asylum claims because of their unstable fucking countries.
actions of solidarity. Now, what that means when it comes to our city is if you are worried about what this means for your status, if you're worried about what this means for your family, I would encourage you to call our Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs hotline, and you can do so at 1-800-354-0365. Again, that's 1-800-354-0365. Now, many of you know this is a city of 8.5 million people. More than 3 million of us were born elsewhere. I'm one of them. We're a city that's proud of our immigrant heritage. And when we think about, especially what Haitian New Yorkers have had to deal with, not just for weeks or months or years, but frankly for decades, we have seen a cruelty that has become normalized. And to have people who frankly taught the world about freedom have their own freedom be put in jeopardy by the actions of a Supreme Court and a federal administration, it is not only cruel, it's something that we will not ever accept. And so we stand here as New Yorkers proud of standing in solidarity and proud to do everything that we can to keep people in their homes and to keep people together.
He's based. AO based. And this is consistent. Consistent fucking pattern of behavior here from Zohran Mamdani, because again, it is obvious that the cruelty is the point of the Trump administration. Stephen Miller himself has said that he wants to return to a time where the demographics under the 1920s within New York, not New York, within the United States is the case, where it was a lot more white and a lot more racially homogenous. Stephen Miller has made this very, very clear, and there's a bunch of far-right edits who have said that they want to reduce the population of the United States to about 100 million. 100 million white people. Good luck with fucking doing that, by the way. My old downstairs neighbors were a lovely Syrian family, shared food all the time. They moved to another city for the dad's job. I miss them. That's fair. Had to come here on TPS. Yeah, I wonder why they had to come on TPS. Oh, because of the fucking Civil War that was happening. Oh, whoa, shocker.
On a Hawaii law requiring people get permission to carry guns onto private property. And justices ruled 7-2 to restrict thousands of lawsuits claiming Bayer, now the parent company of Monsanto, had a duty to warn consumers about potential cancer risks from its popular weed killer Roundup. We'll have more on the Supreme Court's rulings later in the broadcast.
So yeah, final evil tidbit, of course, which is the main thing that RFK Jr. should be specifically very, very, very fucking concerned about. Oh, Roundup, the thing he literally led a bunch of fucking goddamn lawsuits over. Oh, guess what? All those lawsuits now fucking dropped. Very, very fucking cool. And is RFK Jr. going to make a big fuss and a muss about this? Nah. In fact, he actually loves the fucking glyphosates now. Very, very fucking cool. But yeah, pretty much there shouldn't be really much else to say about the fucking Supreme Court. It's obvious and clear that the Supreme Court is highly fucking partisan and extremely fucking goddamn evil, right? And they will do literally anything possible in order to give all the favorable rulings to the Republican Party through the shadow docket and various other means as well, but do everything within their power in order to make democratic sort of proposals and beneficial democratic policy as difficult as possible to fucking basically implement, right? It's been very, very clear. The game has always been rigged from the fucking start. And personally, my opinion, packing the court is the very bare minimum that you can do in order to fix this problem. You should abolish this fucking goddamn court. There should not be a bunch of unelected fucking dumbass losers who can just basically have whatever the fuck they want on any fucking law based off of a lawsuit that's brought forward by some dishonest fucking conservative hacks. Honestly, the correct position is to abolish the fucking Supreme Court if we want more equitable sort of outcomes in terms of legislation and fucking policy to be, broadly speaking, implemented throughout the United States of America. But that'll never fucking happen because I believe throughout the past several decades, if not longer, the Supreme Court has always been in the hands of the fucking Republicans. And given the fact that it is as partisan as it is, and liberals need to fucking recognize this, to not hold the Supreme Court as this vaunted institution. No, it's been a partisan tool, always has been, always will be. That this is an institution that should be gotten rid of and abolished. That is the fucking correct action to take when it comes to the fucking Supreme Court, because it's been made extremely fucking clear that the intentions of the Supreme Court has always been to benefit one particular side and one particular side only. And that is the fucking side of capital, of which I have no fucking respect for, because boy oh boy, I sure am not a big fan of those piece of shit fucking capitalists. Should really go without saying. But yeah, I don't think there's like really much else to say besides fuck the Supreme Court. They're evil. You should hate the fucking goddamn Supreme Court. Cool. Lovely. We're done. We've gone through all the topics today. Who the fuck are we going to raid out to today? I gotta make sure I go to sleep. We're gonna have a bit of a busy day. Let's raid out to Riverboat Jack. Or no, let's actually raid out to Neurodetergent. Why not? I changed my mind. Daho, that's transphobic. Nah, well, it's over for me. Alright, idiots. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by remaining Jesus with the transfer of the Daho Raidba. If you're a non-sub, you say the Wowee with the Daho Raidba. That's how we show appreciation. Those are in 20K's gamers. I will be back on Sunday. With perhaps something new. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Just a little teaser, of course. Project I've been working on has been potentially finished. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get there. In any case, gamers, I will be back Sunday. I will not be here tomorrow because I'm going to be touching grass. Yes, we're going to be touching grass. Anywho, gamers, I will be back on Sunday. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.